I want to remind everybody that real men use a machete, not an Outback steak knife. Cane when you need 'em.
Hello travelers, and welcome to the Horror Green Book, the channel that takes you from coast to coast and con to con. I am your travel guide, Brendan, and today we are here in Lexington, Kentucky. For the first time ever on the channel, we will be attending Scarefest Weekend 16, so that means 16 years of fun here in Lexington, Kentucky. So travelers, I am very excited. We have a cast and crew of Phantasm, one of my favorite horror franchises. We also have people from Texas Chainsaw Massacre. You know, it is celebrating its 50th year this year. We also have the cast of Fright Night and many others. Many con favorites such as Felissa Rose and Danielle Harris and Scout Taylor Compton. The list goes on and on. This is one of the biggest cons in the country, guys, so I'm looking forward to checking it out for the first time. So let's get to it. Okay, travelers, and this is where the convention will be held. It's now called the Central Bank Center, but if you're a sports fan like myself, you will remember it as it being called Rupp Arena. Here, the home of the University of Kentucky Wildcats. And as you look down here, you have all the convention fans down there waiting. They're lining up for the doors to open up for will call. I was grateful enough to receive media passes for Scarefest Weekend, so I want to thank them again for having me as media. Alright, and here we have the end of the line. People are waiting. Hopefully this doesn't take too long, travelers. I am ready and roaring to get inside. They will have a special black carpet event where some of the guests will be walking down. Can't wait. Okay, travelers, looks like I didn't have to go in line, so now I'm waiting to get my media badge. So I have to go in and look for 500 and then I am official. Well, travelers, the search for media badges continue. I was sitting one way, but I have to go another way. Hopefully we will eventually get to where we need to be, but we're getting a quick little sneak peek. Okay, travelers, we are official. We have the media badge. We have obtained access for this weekend. Guys, I can feel it in the air. There are tons of people lining up, waiting around for their opportunities for meeting their favorite celebrities, and I cannot wait, guys. This is going to be a fun one. I love checking out a new convention. There's just something about that new energy that is just so contagious. Okay, travelers, we are here at the official merch table, and we are giving you an idea of what they have for sale for Scarefest Weekend. All types of stuff, you know, you got pins, patches, poster tubes, muscle tanks, runner shorts, hoodies, joggers, everything you could possibly need, guys. I love the selection that they have for us travelers. And here we have another con that I have attended before, but I have not vlogged it on the channel, FrankenCon. They are back home in Tennessee, but they are in East Tennessee, near Knoxville, in Alcoa specifically. They're having it next year in May, so I may be able to go by if the schedule works out for me so we can vlog that. Travelers, let me tell you, having media passes totally saved me, mainly because that line was extremely long and going a bit slow, but that's understandable. It's a convention and it's the first day. I wish I would have got here yesterday so that I would have picked up my passes a bit earlier, but it is what it is. Thankfully, media passes saved me from melting. Okay guys, we are now here at the black carpet area. This is very cool, guys. This is a very awesome experience, very exclusive for, I think, VIPs and media. So hey, I feel very privileged to be here. Travelers, look at this awesome dog that's back here. Reminds me of an awesome Nanook from The Lost Boys. Sweet. Guys, that was a very fun black carpet event. I really feel like real deal media doing that, guys. That was a very awesome first time experience for me at a hard con. We have maybe 30 more minutes before the doors open for general admission. So, you know, right now we're just hanging out. I may go back to my room to actually get reset for an awesome Scarefest, you know, maybe recharge my battery some. But lo and behold, guys, we are here for Scarefest Weekend and it's gonna be a blast. Okay guys, a very nice gesture. We have a memorial table here for Ken Page, who is immortalized in the Tim Burton classic, The Nightmare Before Christmas. We have a very nice tribute to the man. I mean, I never got a chance to meet him. I was hoping to actually meet him at this event, but you know, life had other plans. But I'm glad that he was at home with family, and you know, it's not one of those things where he was on the road and passed. But I'm just very glad to have so many great memories of who he was as a person. And as you see, we will have 2 levels of fun. On level 1, that's where the vendors, tattoos, and the guests are. And downstairs on level 2 is where the photo ops, panels, films, seminars, and food will be found. So we have a lot of space to go through and a lot of ground to cover, guys. Ready? What's up? Okay, travelers, I just went back outside to hang out for a bit. I'm likely gonna go back to my hotel room to charge my phone a little bit and my camera battery. And thankfully I didn't have to stay in that line too long because, hey, the people are out for a very, very fun Scarefest weekend. Oh man. This is going to be such a good one, travelers. The end of the line is literally all the way back there. You got some people waving to the camera, so they're waiting. And as you can see, I came from all the way down there. Needless to say, I'm glad that I already have my badge so that I can walk right in. Okay, travelers, I went outside to grab some supplies, but it is officially began today. Wow, it is super packed in here right now, and it is only Friday. Wow, guys, there are a ton of people here. Let's see what's gonna go on. Okay, travelers, today I'm pretty much going with the flow. I'm not sure how many vendors I'll get today, if any. I wanted to check out a couple of the films that are here this weekend. And also, I will be going to the Fright Night panel and maybe a YouTube independent filmmakers panel and a few other things, but we'll just see how that goes. But tomorrow we'll get to the vendors and more of the fun stuff, that's for sure. Okay, travelers, we are right here in the front. I'm waiting for my guy Joe Moody to make it here to give him his media pass so that he's not waiting in this super long line. So that's the benefits of having buddies with media passes. Gets you in just as good as VIP in some of these conventions. Hey, speak of the devil, we have Joe Moody in the house. Moody's Mind, That Horror Movie Podcast. This is the guy right here. I'm happy to hang out with him this weekend. I had to get him in so that he could make his photo op for sure. He was running pretty close because that line's crazy, isn't it, man?
Yeah. The line is insane.
Man.
Just walking it was long.
Yeah, for real, man. But needless to say, they love their horror out here in Kentucky, man.
Hey, but we made it, and we're here. We're gonna go strong, and you got a lot is coming.
Hey, it's party time, y'all.
Let me go ahead and introduce everybody and not blow out my voice Friday night like a rookie. All right, let's welcome Amanda Burst.
Woo!
Jonathan Stark. Steven Jeffrey. William Ragsdale. Holland. Mr. Landon. Darcy Fielding, so sorry about that. We've got everybody here. All right. Who's ready for some questions?
Yeah.
All right. We're ready to get started? All right. I'm kind of curious. I have a ton of questions, but who has and wants the first question? Hold on now. I see several hands. I saw you first, and then we'll go over to you. I'm not even going to bother. You go ahead. Go ahead, sir. Now stand up.
Yeah, I'm up. Hey guys, hey, thank y'all so much for an amazing childhood. Y'all brought a lot of memories.
They raised you, sir?
They did. They really did. So, I wanted to ask a question about Roddy McDowell, because I know that he's not here and he's such a lovable character. Do you recall any particularly memorable or funny moments with Roddy during the filming of Fright Night? Something that's just stayed with you all these years?
Your favorite Roddy McDowell story?
Every moment, maybe.
Yeah, he was very. Roddy was very youthful, you know, in spite of the hair. He was very youthful, and he loved movies, and he loved being on the set, and it was infectious, and he was, you know, an encyclopedia, and so he was a joyful guy to be around. I don't know if there was anything.
The video camera?
Ooh, tell the story about the video camera.
He had this new thing called a video camera.
In 1984 it was. It was about that big.
There's some footage that Jonathan found actually located of Roddy's attempt at using a video camera. It was a video camera which was this big, of course, and it had a suitcase attachment for the actual recording device. So he ran around the set recording all of us, and there's a wonderful video of it. But yeah, and he was just having fun.
And in 2 minutes of it, we're done with the lens cap on.
Famous photographer again. Funny? I don't know. He was just a gracious, accessible, warm,
generous.
Yeah.
He also was a encyclopedia of old Hollywood knowledge. Can you all talk about that? I'm sure he told you some wonderful stories over the time where he was able to, because he was a walking encyclopedia. He knew where all the bodies were buried. Am I correct?
Yeah, what Roddy did, Roddy was terribly supportive of me. He was genuinely in love with the story and the part of Peter Vincent. He had just been in a movie that I'd written called Class of '84. So I knew what he could do as far as finding the heart of it all. You know, he could do he had the hero's journey from being a coward to finally stepping up at the last moment. And he dearly loved Peter Vincent. And he started pulling almost very quickly, working seriously to make it, you know, to do a performance. And you could feel the rest of the cast followed him. Chris and him. Chris got into it also. But I mean, they brought it all along. You could see the performance improving over the 2 weeks of rehearsals that we had. And I don't think that would have been possible without Roddy's enthusiasm.
Anybody else? We're good? Okay. Who has the next question? Yes, sir.
Hey, just want to say I'm a big fan of Fright Night, and it's the only reason why I'm here for the show. When you made the movie, did you have any idea that it would take off as big as it did, or as much as an explosion?
Everybody chime in on that one, please.
No?
No.
That is a tribute to the storytelling.
Yeah.
We all had a blast doing it, and so often when you're having fun making it, it comes off the screen. But it always begins and ends with the written word. And Tom was a master storyteller with the written word, and then a master storyteller in the visual sense. And I think that's that's the longevity right there.
I'm sorry, I just have a follow-up question with that though. When was the moment that I don't know if it happened maybe 10 years, I know the movie was a success, when you realized, oh, this isn't going away. This is staying, this is getting bigger every year, this is getting bigger and bigger and bigger. Was there a moment that you kind of realized that and it's like happened sometime?
Personally, I always think every year it's going to go away. But it's coming back, and it's stronger every year. It's amazing.
Yeah.
Well, I think it's horror film fans. And I don't think that a lot of us realized until we started going to the conventions that it had this life after life, right?
And I think you all have to remember when the movie was made, like we live in a time now where the New York Times writes about horror movies, right? That didn't happen back in the 80s.
Right.
Not at all. They were considered niche, they were considered B movies, if you want to call it that.
Red-headed stepchildren.
Yeah. Yes. And so there's, I think we're part of that. It's the wave of acceptance of horror movies as being great films over time, and also the generation. Because I know you guys probably have heard from so many people who've said, I watched this movie when I was 10 years old. It's the first horror movie I watched. And I watch it with my kids now, etc. And there are so many movies like that that are multi-generational, I think, too.
And you've been in half of them. I would say.
That's true. That's absolutely 100% accurate.
You know, I don't remember exactly when I realized it, but it out of all the movies that I've done, it's the one that was been mentioned the most forever. You know, the others have no, but the 1982, Psycho 2 was the biggest hit of the summer. Okay? By 1985, it had been forgotten. And it was only in 2000 when people started to show up at my door about Psycho 2. So that's like 25 years. But Fright Night never went away. You know, and you could feel it growing because of what Chris was talking about. Parents and grandparents shared it with their children. It became the introduction, it became family horror.
Yes.
Fright Night is now a family horror movie. That is because of the humor. And this cast caught it, every one of them.
And I think also the fact that the special effects were special effects.
Yes.
They were not computer generated. And I think you sense that when you watch the movie. You know, you get that feeling, oh, isn't that great that they did this that way? Somebody just squealed.
I'm sorry. I hear Jack's in you and I'm freaking out.
Settle down, man.
That is all Jerry.
I'd like to say one more thing about that question. You know, when we made this movie, we were making it for a movie theater, right? I mean, there was video, there was VHS, but it was not really, it's like Roddy's camera, it wasn't a household thing necessarily. And so, for my part, you know, I thought, oh, this will be a fun movie for, you know, to see in the theater with people. And then, like most movies in those days, it would kind of go away and something else would come and replace it. But with VHS and Blockbuster and actual stores, the kids began to be able to choose their own movies. You know, you didn't have to wait till it was on to see what you wanted to see, and you could go, you know, you could go to the store and get Fright Night. You could bring it into your house as opposed to having to wait for it to be on someplace. And that was a real game changer, I think, that none of us knew was going to happen.
Thank you all so much for that. Who wants the next question? First hand, I see. Yes, sir, in the back with a hat, and then I'll come back over to you. Yes.
Whose idea was it to come up with the apple?
We were all encouraged. Well, the antecedent was Tom, because Tom encouraged all of us to research the characters, right? To create backstories, to be actors instead of, you know, place setters in a movie. And I thought, how do I research this guy? He has a 400-year-old history, or 500, or whatever it is. so I have to make something up. And part of what I was looking at was vampire bats, and realized in my research that most vampire bats are fruit bats. 90% of them are fruit bats. So I asked Tom, I said, what about if, you know, an apple or whatever, if Jerry's eating fruit all through the movie, and that was the genesis of it.
It turned into the apple scene outside with Charlie's watching them in the bushes.
Oh, that's shot. It's just one of the great shots of movie history.
Yeah, it's fantastic.
All right, I saw a hand over there. Yes. Please, you could do you, boo.
All right. Chris had mentioned special effects, and there's so many iconic shots of prosthetics and practical effects makeup. Especially considering most of y'all had some of that stuff on you during the filming. Were there any that stood out that it's usually, you know, like horror stories about having to sit in the chair for so long, but were there any that you guys were particularly like proud of having on you that was really just like stuck with you?
They're all just like,
What, huh? Me?
Yeah, well, everybody's kind of looking at you, yeah.
Well, I mean, I think what's remarkable about that moment for me when I turned around and the way Tom directed it was that the audience sees it before Charlie. And that's what makes you catch your breath, not only because the horror of that face, but because you know what's coming for him. And that's a very directorial thing. And then the fact that Tom, it was not in the original film, right? I mean, this was a last minute thing, kind of, Tom? My mouth?
Say that one more time. No.
And then it just became such an iconic moment. And so that in and of itself, I'm proud of, because when we saw it in the theater with real people, the first time you see it often is a screening for the industry, and they just don't respond. It's almost on purpose. We're not gonna really let you know how good the movie is. But when you go see it with real people, then you get it, and we did. I think it was Billy, was it just the two of us, or we saw it on Hollywood Boulevard? Anyway, it was real, it became real. So you go on that ride.
Well, that came out of watching them in rehearsals down in the basement. And she turned away and she said, "Oh, Charlie, you promised me." She lays guilt on him. And he lowers the cross and says, "Oh, Amy," and step forward. And I said, "Oh, there's a huge scare moment in there, if I can get this." And I went to Steve Johnson and Randy Cook and asked them to give me a shark's mouth over the weekend. And there was no time for them until I thought I was nuts. And I assured them that it would only be for this brief moment on screen, and the teeth would never be examined again. Instead, it turned into the biggest
poster!
moment in the movie. Because that was just out of the acting.
Yeah.
The what?
What about the name y'all said you gave that?
The name that they gave the appliance, sir?
Yeah, the face, the name that you gave him.
I don't know.
What did you say you looked like when you went to lunch, though? Who, the actress you thought that you looked like?
I don't remember. Help me.
No, Karen Black.
Oh, Karen.
Probably in The Great Gatsby, Karen Black in The Great Gatsby, but yeah, I know.
All right.
Going to lunch and those things was the best, because I remember I get the steak, they have to put the steak on you when the steak's stick, and it's like the steak's sticking out. Lunch! So, you go to the commissary and try and eat with a big steak sticking out.
Yeah. Who has the next one? I almost and then decided I'm going.
Thank you for leaving it, lobbing it up.
No, please. Yes, I had a hand right over here. I can't remember where. Yes, sir.
For Chris, the jacket you wore near stocking, I think it was Ed. Do you still have it? You have the gray one, the long.
You mean that long leather
Yeah.
coat?
Oh. Yeah.
Well, the story behind it is that Tom and I went shopping for Jared. We went to one of the most exclusive, expensive men's stores in LA. What was the name of it? I don't know if he's still there.
Is that Siegel?
Fred Siegel.
Fred Siegel.
Yeah, and we bought almost all the clothes there, and I think, was the jacket made? The coat? I think somebody fabricated the coat, but the rest, all the rest of the costume or the wardrobe was from that place. But I think the coat was made by whomever the costume
That I
designer
can't
was.
remember. The last I heard it was auctioned off in Canada.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I mean, I remember. You gulped when you first saw it.
Oh,
I
yeah.
remember, yeah.
It was, I thought it was extreme,
Yeah.
but it worked.
It made the part, yeah.
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 Especially that one shot in the alley. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
All right, sir. Yes, and then I'll come over to you with the glasses. I promise. Go ahead.
Did any of you folks know each other prior to the film? And work together maybe, or?
Oh, Steve.
They were
Go
boyfriend
ahead,
and
Stephen.
girlfriend.
Do you remember our romance?
What's that?
The answer is always yes.
I left my ear trumpet at home.
There was a little film called Fraternity Vacation.
Yeah, it was awesome working back to back with Miss Amanda. It was great.
And didn't know at the time we were wrapping that other movie, and Stephen was the lead in that. I had a little bitty role, and I'm like, well, what's up next? You doing anything? Thinking that at that time in your career, yeah, things just happen all the time. Yeah, we're on to the next. And sure enough, he said, yeah, I'm making this little horror movie. And I said, what's it called? Fright Night. And I said, me too.
Oh, you all didn't even know that you both auditioned
See you
for it.
there. Absolutely not. No.
Okay, good question. All right, glasses. There you go.
Yeah, just a nerd moment. According to Regine, in Fright Night 2, you're 1,000 years old, or over 1,000 years.
Oh.
So, but which leads me to the next comment. How did
Oh,
Fright
wow.
Night 2, how did that come to be? Did you have any input on that, or? Because I think it's a pretty good sequel.
You'll have to read one of our Fright Night books.
Mm.
You have Fright Night Origins on Amazon. You can find it on terrortime.shop, which is my site. But I start to answer a lot of those questions. It's Fright Night Origins, which has never stopped selling since it came out 2 years ago. And we're coming out with Fright Night Aftermath. In a matter of weeks, I praise the Lord.
So check out Fright Night Origins. All right, next question. Who had it? Yes, sir.
First off, thank you guys. Love the movie. It's been part of my life for years. Was there any scenes that got cut that you were disappointed that got cut? Or was it pretty much all there?
Well, there's nobody cutting except you, right? Didn't you have final cut
On this, nobody.
They didn't mess with it.
It was so honed. It was so specific to script that I don't think anything got cut.
How can you cut? Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, it was amazing.
I don't remember anything from the first time I read it
Yeah,
that wasn't in the
the
movie.
one thing they stopped was in the last couple of days, I had him on the roof of the house. And I was going to have a battle between him and Charlie on the roof of the house. They were carrying down and him coming through the window, the multicolored oxide window. And they made me cut that by yelling that I was over budget. Studio on it. And I later I came to realize that they always do that toward the end of the movie, because your power as a director starts to leak away the closer they get to finish. So, and if they don't just knock it down, anyway, I hate it.
All right, thanks for the answer. All right, who has our next question? Yes, ma'am. Sorry if I missed you beforehand.
Hi, I just want to say that I'm definitely of the younger generation who kind of got it from the parents and grandparents, and I'll be 18 next month, but this was one of my first horror movies as a little kid, and my first horror movie was Nightmare on Elm Street, but this was the second.
Who are your parents?
This was my second or third horror movie ever, and this is the one that has stuck with me. I still have it on DVD, and it's one of my favorites, but it's definitely something that has stuck with me, and I wanted to know if anyone is like a director now, like how this movie definitely like impacted you like going forward.
How did it impact their careers going
Yeah.
forward? Yeah. How did the Fright Night impact your careers going forward?
Well, I think one of the co-creators of Married with Children, this little show that I was on. He was a fan of Fright Night, so I don't think that hurt me one bit. Truly, yeah.
What about the rest of you?
What Chris sort of touched on it, when we made the movie, I mean, or you did, horror movies horror movies were sort of a subgenre that were not really, didn't have a lot of respect in Hollywood like they do now. And I would go on on meetings and auditions and stuff, and you say, I did this, I was the lead in this movie, and they say, well, I don't watch movies. What else have you done? And so it was just like, really not much of anything.
It's really only over time, and I don't think it's had anything to do with our careers as much as it is just that it lives on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I did House 2 and Project X.
Woo!
But actually what I did after that was I became a writer. And I worked on a lot of TV shows. One of them was Ellen. I worked on Ellen for 4 years. And Bill Ragsdale came on Ellen. He played Ellen's boyfriend. Bill was great. He was fantastic in the show. And by the way, the thing on CNN special, they showed you.
Do they?
Yes.
Do I get paid for that?
Yeah, Fright Night did it exploded my career upwards. It happened with my first movie was The Beast Within.
Yeah.
The Wreckage of UA and their bankruptcy. Which was the Michael Cimino thing. Yeah, so then because of the success of Psycho 2, Cloak and Dagger, Class of '84, and a couple more in there, I finally got the chance to direct with Fright Night. And it was a blessing all the way. And a lot of that, I think, is because the conception was so much fun. It is an intrinsically funny idea that a gonzo horror fan becomes convinced his next door neighbor's a vampire. That's silly. You know that. But he's right.
I mean, it's the boy that cried wolf.
Yeah.
It's the old story.
You couldn't just do the boy that cried wolf. With this Cloak and Dagger. Because that's a remake of The Window, which is the Cornell Lourish juvenile version of Rear Window. Which I felt by itself was naked. It had been done too much of the nose.
Yeah.
So I ended up with Cloak and Dagger. I went in and I told the studio, Universal, I wanted my idea for doing it as Fright Night. And they said, vampires, ugh, and threw me out of the office. And so I spec'd Fright Night on my own. And then you'd have I don't know what it was, but I just was so hot in town, both as a writer, and that leveraged me into getting a shot.
How long after Fright Night was Child's Play?
Child's Play was 3 years after, and yes.
Black Beauty or Black Beauty?
Fatal Beauty.
What is it?
Fatal Beauty.
Fatal Beauty.
What I did in between Fatal Beauty because everybody was telling me I had to get out of horror. And so I tried to step into a cop action buddy picture. And I started out with Cher and Sam Elliott, and I ended up with Whoopi and Sam Elliott, and guess what? The picture, just the one picture that nobody ever asked me about. But I mean, that's a lot of the reason why. I happen to think that everybody in it's very good, including Whoopi. But you can talk about bad timing. I was offered Friday the 13th Part 2, I think, at the same time. Anyway, what's the whole point of that?
All right, who has our next question? We've got time for maybe three.
I think Jimmy, I think Jerry Dandridge and Chris Sarandon's rendering of him is a fascinating character. And I want to continue to explore Jerry Dandridge, and I am putting together a podcast called Fright Night Resurrection.
Nice.
That's who I'm planning on resurrecting.
All right, yeah.
You heard it here first. All right, who has got my next question? All right, so let me go with the lady first, and then we'll come back to you. Okay, yes, ma'am.
Okay, so I was wondering if you guys were able to keep any memorabilia from the set, and if not, if you wish you had kept something, what would it be?
That jacket.
I kept the skull. I mean, you know, obviously we were talking before, I just kept it not because I thought it was going to be worth anything at all, but just as a memento. And it's sat in my garage for years because my wife would not let me allow it. But then Tom was like, "Oh, bring it in." I said, okay, well, I finally found it and I took it over here. But he's that keeper of all the stuff.
Now, I had some of the clothes for a while, but they wear out. You wear them.
I got my boobs.
Thank you so much for that answer.
Amy wasn't quite voluptuous enough to make that final transition, so they plastered my chest and built voluptuousness. For whatever reason, I ended up with those. And I don't know if you know See's Candy, but it was in a See's Candy box. It was a job for years.
And it was one of the shows. It was sitting on her table.
Yes.
We were trying to sell it.
Yeah, sure. I wish I had kept some of my fangs.
You were pimping your breasts.
Yeah, I was. I wish I had kept some of my fangs, because the baby ones especially were kind of sexy, but yeah. You know, we didn't know. I didn't know to do that, to keep anything.
Well, they sold that picture, Tom, you told me, what they sold that picture, Amy, for like, what was it, $27,000?
Yeah, the portrait of Amy that was on the wall. Back in close from the 1700s. That was by back door. That was also Chris's idea. Chris wanted Jerry to be more than just black. You know, to have good in there too, or at least tragedy swirling around. And so I had the picture painted, and then it came up, it disappeared. And then, I don't know, 35 years later, it pops up on Heritage Auctions, and the next thing I know, and I bid on it up to $12,000, and then it went up to like $25,000 and sold to somebody in the UK. So, I mean, I gotta tell you, screen used props, if they're the right movie, yeah.
Just a little side note. I do a podcast, and one of my podcasts was with Mike Flanagan. Mike owns Jerry's Fingers.
Oh, really?
He has a set of Jerry's.
Nice.
If you guys don't know who Mike Flanagan is, he's responsible for several wonderful Netflix shows.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Follow House of Usher. Yeah.
Dr. Sleep.
Yeah.
All right. Yes, sir. Yeah, you.
Hi. So, pardon me, I'm French. My English doesn't work really that well, but I'm going to try to be as clear as possible. That's a question for Tom Holland. How difficult or how easy was it for you to write a script that mixes sensuality and comedy and horror, and there's also some social content? I was personally very moved by the fate of Evil, who at some point, actually, after laughing so much, finds himself, we realize that he's actually not that happy, and that's why he accepts the gift given by Jerry Dandridge. And so I'm wondering how difficult or how long it took you to write that script with all these elements, And for the actors, did you see all these elements in the script, or you simply just saw a funny horror movie? Because every time I watch it, as Tom told me an hour ago, I discover something new. I was just wondering if immediately you saw the horror or the comedy or the sensuality or this or that.
His English is better than mine. Fantastic question, please.
Yeah.
Do you need me to repeat it? Yeah.
I would say that some of the stuff was not in there. I mean, I didn't have as much as the rest of them, but the scene with Lennox and Charlie was not a comedy. It was, when I went and auditioned for it, I came up with doing this and like uh-oh and all that and the whistle and everything. So, and I think that's why I got it. I think that's why I got it, because Tom enjoyed the comedy part of it.
I think was there. It's one of the reasons why I wanted to do it, was because it's all there in the script. I think it's clearly there.
It was an excellent script, if I say so myself.
Yeah.
I said, William, the blood running down Amy's back was not an accident. I spent days howling with laughter on the floor writing certain scenes. Charlie trying to convince everybody that he had a vampire living next door. That's funny. Get the mix of things. But I mean, I was very, very lucky because vampires as a genre were really dead at the time.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
You know, nobody wanted to do a movie about vampires. But it only was significantly silly if it was a very traditional monster living next door. And what better dramatically than a vampire, especially there's so much of its subtext. It plays to, you know, every teen's worry about competing with an older man for his girl. You know, there's all kinds of stuff that runs beneath it. You know, I implied a relationship between Jerry and Billy Cole because that was the moment in time.
Wait, what?
AIDS hadn't broken yet, but something was wrong, and you could feel it in the gay community. Too many people were dying. And what Child's Play did for me, I mean, what Fright Night did for me is it led me to Fatal Beauty, but it also led me to Child's Play. And that's my concept and story that made the first one work. You know, and that's me wanting to make the scariest killer doll movie I could, which was not a genre at the time. And it was because of the invention of the Steadicam, which allowed me to move gracefully about 6 inches above the floor for Chucky's POV, which scared the shit out of you. That's what made that work. It means you get away from the doll. If the doll couldn't do it, you cut to the doll's point of view. So, you know, so they all led one to the other.
But Tom, you were also really good. Tom was great about, we come up to him and, hey, could we try this? And he'd say, yeah, give it a try, you know, and sometimes it was something that really worked well.
Yeah.
You were open to stuff.
Okay.
You keep trying. You just keep trying.
We have time for maybe a couple more questions. I'm sorry. You, sir, standing, and then I'll come back over here now. Yes?
Okay. This has been on my mind for many years since I've discovered this film. Moving forward from this project, all of you have a lot of different backgrounds from a lot of different films, TV, etc. Moving forward from this project, did anybody have any real lesson they learned, maybe from another co-star, that really helped propel them moving forward?
Yeah, Dorothy, we haven't heard from you. Love to hear your voice.
Yes.
No.
Not what I set you up for.
I actually want to go back to the Tom question because
Please.
Many of you kind of referred to the mother in this film. And I think part of Tom's brilliance is that the mother is both comic relief, deeply sincere,
a complete ditz. And really real, and then not. And so it's, because there are only 2 women in the movie, except for, the unmentionables. The ones who get, well, whatever. Won't mention them. But that was, it was really fun for me, and I think it adds something to the movie because you don't expect a mother to be like that. And also the freedom that he gave us, as everyone has referred to ad-lib stuff was amazing. And I have to say, I know that Tom wrote the "Do you want a Valium" line, which seems to be everyone's favorite, because I was such a health food nut and a new mother, and I would never say that to my son. So I give Tom all the credit for that.
All right, thank you. So for our question one more time, what was it again? Did you take anything with you that you learned from your co-stars? Yeah, anybody?
I take the relationships that we have to this day.
Absolutely. And then you get to see each other at these things all the time.
We had a great time making the movie. There's just no doubt about it, like I mentioned earlier. And we still do. And so part of the joy of doing this is not only to meet you all and receive all of that just genuine affection for the film and the performances, and we're grateful for that, but it's to see everyone.
Yeah.
And it's been almost 40 years.
Woo!
All right.
Tom just said it hasn't been that long. And also the dynamic of the relationships has basically been pretty much the same. As well. We're on a kind of a text chain that comes and goes depending on, something happens. And
I think I have some of those right here. Let's.
And they are,
please.
And they are often very funny. There's a lot of very funny people here. So the relationship is very rich. It's great.
All right, there was a lady I promised. Yes, ma'am, right there. Raise your hand with the red. Yes, you go.
First of all, you're all geniuses. You're all
Thank you.
brilliant. And I wanted to ask, rest in peace, Roddy McDowell. I've always been a big fan of Roddy, and I wondered if it was easy to get him on board, if you had him in mind for the part from the beginning. And if any of you had any clue that you would still be doing this and meeting fans almost 40 years later.
No.
Roddy, yeah, was it hard to cast Roddy? He loved the part of Peter Vincent. Was he originally, but he wasn't your original choice, or was he?
No, I wanted Vincent Price. But Vincent Price was failing at the time. And Roddy later got me together at his house for dinner with Vincent and his wife, Carl Brown, which is a terrific experience. Roddy had done a terrific job in Class of '84. It brought me to tears. And then he came in and he so got the part. I just knew. And whatever it was, we got along too. In other words, he seduced me, and I guess I seduced him. Whatever, it turned into a great working relationship, and there was a warmth there. So, and the whole experience of Fright Night is pleasant. All of it. This is extraordinary, and a lot of it is because I cast everybody for being able to do comedy in a horror film, which I don't think anybody else was doing at the time. But every person here made me laugh when I was in a reading, and that's what that took a reach, and somehow that translated into we're all here now. All of you, thank you. But boy, amazing.
Okay, we're going to take one last question, but before you get sad, you can have it. Before you get sad, they are going to be here all weekend.
Woo!
Yeah! They are going to be at the table. I want you to go see them, each and every one of them. I want you to show them a warm Kentucky welcome from the biggest damn horror convention now in the world, if you haven't seen that line outside. Sorry, I've been doing this 9 years. I'm a little braggy today, so we're so happy with the crowd. Ma'am, last victim.
So do you guys watch your own movies at home? Have you guys watched Fright Night with your kids, your grandkids, your family? I mean, you know, some people say it's weird to watch your own shows.
Well, recently we've gotten to see it on a big screen. And it had been decades since I had seen it. And it's, if you have the opportunity, if there's some kind of festival or something, or an art house theater where you are, please try to see it, because it is one of the most stunningly visual pieces of work. And it was shot to be seen on a large screen. And it has you have a different experience.
It has a
with
different
it.
life on a big screen.
Yeah, so that I love seeing.
That's for sure. I had never seen it on a big screen before. I only saw it on
You saw it in
I didn't go
April
to the
for the
screening.
first time.
I was chicken. I didn't go to the screening. And then I never saw it on a big screen until we went that in April, I guess it was. It was fantastic.
What about the rest of you? Just.
I saw it for the first time on 42nd Street, New York.
Oh,
Nice.
Unbelievable.
But have you introduced it to any of your children or grandchildren or anything like that? No? Okay. Well, obviously we have good parents up here, so let's give it up for our good parents.
Yeah.
I can just stand up and make them feel loved. Yes. Amanda, Dorothy, Jonathan, Stephen, Tom, and William, thank you all so much.
We got Billy Zane just sitting here hanging out in the hallway. That's awesome. Okay guys, there's a bit of a lull time in Clive Barker's room. So they have original artwork for sale. You can also get books signed. I'm definitely coming to get a poster signed. I'm a child of the 80s, and Clive Barker was one of those names that you heard constantly, along with Stephen King and Wes Craven. He's no doubt a master of horror. So guys, I am very excited to meet him and grab an autograph from him later for sure. And here we have everyone funneling out for Scarefest 16. It's been a great start to the con. I mean, it's just Friday. There's 2 more days of cool stuff to go around, guys. Man, I met up with some cool people that I've known from previous conventions, and we've all been saying the same thing. Scarefest is absolutely crazy, guys. Oh man, they have a ton of guests, guys. It's probably the most guests that I've seen at a convention, and they were some heavy hitters for sure, guys. There was a lot of happy people to get the signatures and pictures that they were wanting. And of course, the Scream cast are among the last ones standing. Of course, Jamie, Skeet, and Matt. You know, they're gonna wait around until that last person gets their autograph. And that's also so commendable for them, because that's the reason why they are convention favorites. But as for that, travelers, I'll probably go out to hang out at Karaoke for a little bit, but I'm gonna call it an early night, guys. I did close to like 15 hours of driving to make it to Lexington, but needless to say, your travel guide is a bit tired, but not too tired for some libations later. So I'll catch you all tomorrow. Okay, travelers, we are back for Saturday here at Scarefest Weekend. It's gonna be a doozy for sure, because you know anything about Saturday, you know it is gonna be the most packed day. But I am definitely ready. Got me a little bit of rest last night. I'm all prepared. Got my new Crispin Glover Fright Rags dance scene shirt. Oh, I'm pretty sure I'm going to get a few comments in regards to this shirt for sure. It's going to make for some great conversation. But travelers, come along with me. There's a lot of fun things in store for today. Mainly some panels that I really want to attend, like the Phantasm and the Blair Witch panel. There's also going to be one with numerous Michael Myers, such as Dick Warlock. You got Tyler Mane is here. You got James Jude Courtney. You got Nick Castle. You got Tom Morga. So you have numerous Michael Myers in the house. So come along with me. Let's get into some trouble, travelers. Guys, here you can see the line is very massive right now, guys. Tons of people, but it is pretty orderly. Everyone's waiting to get inside and have a blast with their favorite horror icons. Okay guys, they actually have an info booth here, which is very, very helpful, guys. You know, especially if you're new to a con like this and you want to know where a certain celebrity is, or you know, where a particular vendor is, they could definitely help you out with all of your needs. Here's where you have the volunteer check-in. All important part of a convention is the volunteers. You guys know that. So they help everything run super smoothly so that you can enjoy your convention experience. And I always salute them. This is very cool to see. Free candy from strangers. How could you not? Let's see what's in there. Oh, mayonnaise. Who put that in there? And looks like we have the tattoo, the special effects and custom arts here done by Blackgate Studios. Very cool. See some of the selections here, what to choose from. Very nice, guys. So if you are in the Frankfort, Kentucky area, make sure to check them out. Oh, they also do comics and collectibles. So they got you set up on all avenues there, guys. So check them out. And as we continue our way down, guys, you get to see what I call the tattoo row or tattoo alley. All types of amazing artists out here waiting for someone to be a canvas for them to display their amazing artwork for life, guys. You have all types of great artists here. Gotta love how everything is displayed. It's a lot of fun, guys, and it's pretty chill right now. Everyone's waiting to load in, and everything is pretty orderly. I know today is going to be crazy, so I'm trying to do some walking around and seeing some vendors, seeing some cool items before everyone gets here and it's elbow to elbow. Okay, travelers, you know that I am a massive Phantasm fan, so this is quite a treat to see. Guys, every part of the Phantasm franchise is capped off with a nice black Himikuta. And this one is an exact replica of the Phantasm 2 Himikuta. Guys, this is so sick, guys. I came by here earlier and I couldn't wait to document this because this is an absolute beauty. Amazing paint job. He showed me underneath the hood yesterday, and she is an absolute beauty. And guys, if you know anything about the Himikutas of this era, you know that these cost a pretty penny. They're pretty rare nowadays, guys. So to have one here that is an exact replica is so sick, guys. And of course, what does the license plate say? Phantasm. Gotta love it. I'm really digging this display as well. This is a Christine display, so you have all types of items you have in memory of for cast members that are no longer with us, and you have all types of documentation from like horror magazines from all over. You got a People magazine back there. You have information in regards to the Plymouth. Very cool, guys. So if you're a fan of Christine, this is very sick, guys. You can find them on Facebook for the Christine movie car. Man, I'm so impressed with amazing displays like this. And then you have all types of crazy editions of the book from all over, guys. You know, if you're a fan of Stephen King like me, you know his stuff has been, you know, reissued many times and in so many different languages. So this is very cool, guys. Wow, I absolutely love that. And then you have more of the Plymouth Fury as far as, you know, different models. You have some VHS back there. Man, this is very sick. I love the marquee here, guys. It gives you that we're going to the cinema to see something that we haven't seen before. And I like here you have people who have been photographed with the car. That's very cool, guys. That's a great experience to see. Is that Danielle? Yeah, that's Danielle. All right. You got all types of people here that have posed with the car. You have people enjoying the Stranger Things display. I love how there's different photo ops around here as well, such as you have the 12-foot Jack skeleton right there. Well, jack-o'-lantern that happens to be a skeleton. Trademark Disney, we're keeping our eye out on you.
I was actually going to ask, who do you guys admire in the field? I mean, who do you guys look up to?
For me, I'd always looked up to Dr. William G. Roll, Lloyd Auerbach. There's a gentleman named Troy Taylor. I've always sort of admired some of his work. And quite honestly, before I started working with Jay, I was, not a fan, we didn't have TV shows, but I admired his, and he's sort of one of the people who really pushed on to me that not everything is a ghost and you need to figure this stuff out. So I think all of them combined, of course the Warrens, going all the way back to Harry Price, read his stuff, but that's me.
I always enjoyed reading books by Hans Holzer. That was Hans Holzer. No, you don't know. That's right. But that's kind of where I started getting a lot of my information. And then as I started investigating, I really am honored to have become good friends with John Zaffis, and I really feel like over the years, he's the one that I've learned the most from. Just spending so much time together, traveling, doing events together. There's a lot of flight problems I have as I travel, and I end up driving Zaffis everywhere for some damn reason. So I've driven him through 2 blizzards and a tornado. And it seems insane, but we spend a lot of time in the cars and we get a lot of time to talk about stuff. So I get to learn a lot from him firsthand.
You guys should start like a paranormal, like Storm Chasers show. I watch that.
Isn't that kind of what Ghost Hunters is?
But you guys don't.
We
kind of cause a storm.
You mean really looking for storms?
Storms, yeah.
We get hit by lightning
all
the time.
What?
You got hit by lightning.
Well, not personally, but the building.
I remember. Yeah, you came out naked.
I was naked.
You were naked. This is a true story.
I had shorts.
We're staying in a hotel, and somehow it got struck by lightning and caught on fire. 4 in the morning, we're all outside, evacuated. The whole hotel, Crescent Hotel, has completely been emptied. There are police, firemen everywhere. And we're all looking at each other, where the fuck is Dustin? Where's Dustin? All of a sudden, through the smoke, you see a naked Dustin come out. What's going on? Firefighters like, what are you doing in there? Like, but I always thought, because he had a visor on, and that thought process. Shoes, fuck 'em. Shirt, don't need it. Visor, well.
That fire could be bright.
That fire could be bright. Exactly.
There's priorities, man.
Now, after hearing that story, I look up to Dustin Perry.
Tango, who do you look up to?
Well, I learned everything I know from TAPS, from this guy over here to my right, and Jay and Grant. I also, I love John Tenney. He's just an encyclopedia. You sit down with him, and he can, tell you stories that you will be enthralled. And of course, Zaffis, he's been in for a long time. He has amazing stories, The Godfather, So those 2 guys especially, I would just listen to them all day.
I was 14 years old when I met John Zaffis and have never looked back. You're right. He's a dreamboat and a complete and total wealth of knowledge, and one of the sweetest people you will ever meet.
And a great kisser.
Only when he trims his beard.
Tango, they kind of tormented you on the early seasons of Ghost Hunters. How did you learn to trust them?
Early seasons.
It's not as
Torture is
noticeable
still
now.
happening.
It's not as noticeable now.
Yes, I've been through the ringer with these guys, but it was well worth it. Just in my mind, it made me think, okay, you know what? They actually do like me. If they didn't like me, they wouldn't have treated me so terribly. That's how I look at it.
Sorry, Dave.
You need to rethink your relationships.
Steve, can you tell a story about? Did you go through a window to avoid Dave Tango?
Oh yeah.
I didn't know that.
Wow, that's baseball stuff, man. I was thinking that. I was like, I'll never say it out loud.
Wow.
Well, I didn't go out the window. I went and hung out with you in the lobby.
He told this publicly at a show.
I climbed out of a. That's terrible. Dave's my best friend on the planet. I don't love any anybody more in my life.
He only told it to a full house of people.
That's true. Well, we just met a day tango, and we didn't know. There's like 10 of us in a room just getting drunk and whatever, and we had a producer at the time who was like, you know, he was young then, 19. We were all like almost 30 already. And she's like, you know, he kind of wants to hang out with people, just say hello. We're like, the new guy? Like, what do you mean? He could be a spy. We don't know. Who knows? And so we knew he was wandering the hallways, and we didn't want to bump into him.
Lost puppy looking for some.
So we, this is so terrible. We're different people now. But so we cut the screen out of the hotel window, opened the window. We were on the second floor, mind you. And just all of us just jumped out onto the ground. Oh! And then we ran to the bar or whatever, like just to avoid. It's so crazy. It's so crazy. And then a week later, we're like, oh, he's the coolest guy ever. We're idiots. Like literally, it was that quick. Oh, he's the best. Like we're stupid.
Was Peebles a part of that?
But yeah, of course.
The reason why we always have a good crowd and great guests here is because Lexington treats them like gold. I want you to scream. I want you to stand up if you can and welcome. I am going to announce each and every name and welcome our Phantasm panel. So go ahead, scream. Woo! Hey, Michael Baldwin, Reggie Bannister, Gigi Bannister, John Coscarelli, Bill Thornberry, Patty Lester, Sarah Scott Davis, Lynn Eastman, and Gloria Lynn Henry. Hey, Michael Baldwin, everybody!
What?
How is everybody? We're doing well. Okay, before we get started, because no one ever wants to hear from me, let's talk about upcoming projects, and I think we got some books going on over here. So who would like to talk about the books and things that we have coming out, and things that they can buy at your table as soon as you leave here to go back to your table and get an autograph and say hi?
Well, I'll jump in. Welcome, everybody. Thank you so much for coming out. We appreciate all your passion all these years. Thank you. I'm here shamelessly to promote a new book that I wrote. It's called Fiction with a PH. Cute. It's a series of phantasm stories. Yeah, you can get it on Amazon. I got them over at my book. I mean, at my what is it? Table. Yeah,
table.
And I think everyone here will probably enjoy it. Probably some of you might have read it. So hopefully, check it out. Fiction.
Okay, that's not our only one. We have some more down there. We want to talk about it. Go ahead, Gigi.
Hi, Gigi Bannister, the Special Effects Coordinator for 4 and 5.
Oh, just pull that microphone right up to you. Just grab it. There you go. Manhandle that thing.
Booyah. I won't drop it. Special Effects Coordinator for 4 and 5, and I was Associate Producer on 5. John was gracious enough. I'd written a script for the sequel to Ravager, and then I asked him for permission to convert it to a novel, which allows me to expand it. And he gave me permission. And so we have Phantasm 6 Survival. and it's never over.
Boy. Yeah.
It's available on Amazon, Kindle, and Shopify. Shopify, you can get it autographed, or you can buy it at our table. It is now, we just dropped the price a little bit. Hardback is $50, paperback is $30, and that includes the 2 autographs. Thank you.
Thank you. All right.
I'm here to promote normal family life that has no promotions involved. Kids and moms raising children in a house in the neighborhood. That's my promotion. Woo!
I got the 2 cats in the yard.
Also pets, yes.
And
no
I'm
pets.
here to promote the connection between Lynn Eastman and Leo Rossi, in case you don't know. We are husband and wife for 40 years.
Woo, come on!
Yeah! Woo!
And I'm the original Phantasm.
All right. Thank you all so much. So who wants our first? I asked people to line up, and clearly my instructions were followed. So who has the first question? Oh, come on, let's pop it. There we go.
Anyway, when you were writing Phantasm, did you think of the whole story, or were you just really focused on the story? Like being 1 through 5, did you have that all in there, or were you just thinking about one at a time?
No, just the first one. We were, I think the intention of all of us was to just make a simple independent film that had a few good scares in it, and that was all we were hoping for. And luckily we had this wonderful cast and dear Angus Scrim as well.
Yeah.
But in any case, it was just a one-off, and that's how the movie ended. My recollection was as Michael got grabbed through the window, the mirror, bam, game over. But in Hollywood, movies are successful and everybody wants, well, when's the next one coming? And I'm thinking, well, wait, didn't we kill that kid off? It took me about 9 years to figure out a way to try to put it back together, and a couple more after that to do part 3, and it just kept evolving, and it seemed to work okay, but it was very organically slow and without a plan.
Oh, thank you. And who's got the next question? Yes, right here, sir, in the hat.
I think Phantasm has the most iconic car in horror. So was there any particular reason why you went with the Hemi Cuda?
Yeah, those cars are pretty cool. Go down the list and ask some of my friends here what other cars were impressive to them. But for me, I was in high school, and there was a kid a year before us. I drove a 10-year-old car that my dad bought for me, thank God. And there was a kid with a brand new Cuda. It was green with a white interior with a pistol grip shifter. And he parked it in this prominent place in the high school parking lot, because every day my friend Mark and I would come out and we'd see the guy, he'd rev it and just peel out of the thing. And my friend Mark would go, how does a little shit like that get So then when we were making Phantasm, that Jody needed to drive a car, and then Mike, of course, was going to drive it, and I'm thinking, oh, that Cuda, and that's where it came from. But I know Bill had a long history of some interesting cars as well.
I love the Cuda. Well, my dad sold Chevys, so I was a Chevy guy. And my first car at 16 was well, most of you guys would know that it's 1966 Chevelle SS 396.
Nice.
So that was a muscle car, but you know what? You couldn't hang with that Cuda. That Cuda was so fun. And the one that's on display here, you've never seen a more beautiful car? No. It's absolutely gorgeous. Wow. Yeah, so that's it.
Hey, Michael, didn't you learn to drive in that car?
As a matter of fact, I did, Don. I did learn to drive in the Cuda. I think you taught me how to drive in several alarming experiences with these so-called adults in the room. Yeah, I did learn to drive.
What were you, 12 or 13?
13 probably. Yeah, I think I made Phantasm 13, 14. So yeah, learned to drive in that car and others, but Bill and Don both taught me to drive it. And I didn't have to drive it too much, but you know, there was probably some gear grinding going on. That's my story, I'm sticking to it.
And I had to babysit him. I had to babysit this kid. And if anybody needs any babysitting services, he will recommend me.
You can imagine how it's pretty obvious that I really didn't need any babysitting at that time. So, who was babysitting whom, I wonder?
I have a cool experience, so I got to ride in 3, right, next to Reggie while I was racing my nunchucks. And I've never rode in a muscle car before. And who knows why they call them a muscle car. So I'm sitting in the car, and I'm playing with my nunchucks, and I'm going, oh, that feels good. I mean, and I'm not trying to be funny. Literally, it just vibrates your butt.
Thank you for that answer.
And it goes up, you know, and I'm going like, yeah, man, yeah, this is, you know, so it's a really wonderful car. And to any woman, you know, don't let men have the muscle cars. It was nice.
Yeah, you know, I just want to get a word in here. I grew up in Long Beach, California.
Yeah.
And in the 60s and stuff, boy, that's when all the fast cars were being, you know, jammed. We had this street that we would go and race on, and yeah, the cops seemed to leave us alone. Far out, you know? And so we just, you know, we just had fun out there, you know? And so anyway, and you know, you guys know. What's that? Oh yeah, gee, do you want me to tell you guys about my first fast car? And yeah, it was 327, 300 horsepower Chevelle. You know? It was yellow, and it was a lot of fun to drive. And like I said, we had places that we would, you know, go on weekends and stuff, Friday to Sunday, you know. And well, the cops didn't bother us. Did I mention that before? And we just go out there, and you know, we had the street marked off for, you know, like a quarter mile race, and God, we had a lot of fun. You know, we'd go to this little place to eat called Grissinger's in North Long Beach, and and then you know, about, I don't know, 10 o'clock at night, we'd jam over to Cherry Avenue, which was just a couple of blocks away, and boy, we had some fun.
Hey, while we're talking cars, everybody here was at the fateful hearse pipe ramp stunt by Bob Ivy. You might want to ask and get their recollections of that. I remember you came out, Michael, and you were there, Bill.
I was there.
I want everyone. I want to hear from everyone on that. Please.
Well, Michael set it up. What happened that day?
Why do I have to set it up? Me, one of the greatest stuntmen of all time, who performed the jump in question, drove the pink hearse down a track in the middle of Malibu or somewhere.
Mulholland Drive.
Mulholland Drive on what would be a very dangerous kind of curvy road, but here he comes and he says, I'm really gonna go. At the end of the pipe ramp, there's a special little kicker at the top. Yeah. So here comes the guy, and there's a lot of people there. Usually it's not going to be people making Phantasm films, but all of a sudden that night there was a camera, there was news crew and all kinds of things. And Bob Ivy comes zooming down the road, and he's going way too fast, and I'm thinking, you know, that is really not safe. And you know, he ends up going 90 miles an hour or something like that. The car flew up into the air, and it hits that thing at the end, and it's flying, and it's spinning like this, and it's going like this. And I thought, that's not a survivable crash. I don't care what a professional stuntman says. Nobody's coming out of that thing alive. It was fairly terrifying. The car hit the asphalt way down the road, and people screamed, women cried, I'm not kidding you. Everybody ran to what was sure to be a death scene. It was going to be horrible. It was shocking. It was horrible. It was terrifying. And then somehow the guy survived, and he came out of there. And then next thing you know, he was sitting in the director's chair, and his eyes were bleeding, his ears were bleeding. He was fucked up. And he wasn't really all that coherent. And I walked over to him. I was like, "Bob, are you all right?" And he's, "I did it for Phantasm."
Finally, Bob Ivy came back to portray the title character Bubba Hotep as the mummy.
Bob actually told me that he took a nap, as he put it, when he hit. And taking a nap when you're a stunt driver means you were knocked out. They don't say we passed out or...
A concussion. He had a concussion.
Yeah, he took a nap.
Yeah, I remember Bob, it took him a while just to come to, and he was helped out, and then he started strolling back towards where we were all gathered, and I went up to him, I said, "Bob, how are you doing?" He goes, "I'm not doing this anymore." And then we broke for lunch, which was a weird time to break to get something to eat. You know, I mean, it was, yeah, it was a horrific thing. But 80 miles an hour, I think, was the...
Yeah, he hit the ramp at that, and he did something like 200 feet in the air with a 6,000-pound car. And as I remember, we pulled him out of the wreckage and sat him in a director's chair, and Carrie Pryor, who had done all the sphere work, the special effects, came over, "Bob, what can I get you on a drink?" I goes, "No, Carrie, I want you to make me a sphere." And Carrie said, "Okay, man, you got it." He built him a beautiful presentation, Phantasm sphere, which he still has today.
Yes, yeah, and I wasn't filming that day, so I came, and the crew is just so wonderful. So I brought snacks, right? So we're on Mulholland Drive, and I was feeding the crew, and they were like, "Gloria, what are you serving us?" Like, "Oh, I'm just here." And when he did it, I'm standing in the road, and you see this light, and it's like a blur, and it's going round and round and round, and I was like, "Oh my gosh!" And then I guess he got to all of them first, and when I got a moment with him, I said, "That was cool," and he says, and I think that was the reason that after that I started doing some stunt work. I worked with Bob Black, he's a black stunt man, and doing stunt doubles in Hollywood, because that was the most fearless thing I've ever seen. That was really cool.
I got to prep Bob for the full body burns on Phantasm 4 Ravager. We're out in the Alabama hills in California, in Death Valley, and so I'm putting the fire retardant gel, which is ice cold, and he doesn't have a flame suit on. He has long johns, so I'm covering him head to toe with the mask on, with the flame gel, and. And he goes, in some states, we're both from Texas, and he goes, in some states, we'd be engaged. I said, in some states, we'd be married. So I put the flame gel on him, and then he does the full body burn, and it compromises the exterior of the combat boots that he was wearing. So, because he had done the stuff where the tall man comes out of the flames, right? So the next setup is a few hours later, and it's the demon trooper comes out of the car, right? And so we're in a rush because we've got 5 cameras set up on it, and because we want to make sure we get the coverage, And they decided, he and his guy decided they weren't going to take back any of the fuel with them. And so they overloaded the cones, which is basically these cones are like this so that the flames go out and make a bigger burn, for the camera. And so he overloaded the fuel cones. And so when they went off, they kept reigniting as we put them out. And you're in a little town when the person next to you is like this big and she served you your breakfast the day before. So anyway, they couldn't get the flames out, and I'm a former firefighter, so I just kind of grabbed the extinguisher away from him and put it out, and he was standing in a puddle of flame, of fuel, and it kept reigniting. So I just kind of handed her the fire extinguisher, grabbed him, pulled him out, and handed him to somebody. I'm not sure who. And so I handed him off, and then we got the fire squeezed out. And then as we cut off the boots, we realized that his ankles had been blistered.
Ooh.
And I went, oh my God. I said, I'm so sorry. I said, this is my fault. He goes, hell no, it's not your fault. I told you I wasn't going to, change the boots out, and I told you I wasn't going to put the flame retardant inside. And I still feel terrible. And he goes, no, it's not your fault. It's not your fault. Okay.
All right, thank you. So we need to get some back over here. Yes, ma'am.
I have a question for Gloria and Don.
Gloria and Don, please.
Where would the character have gone if she could have gone and deviated differently?
Where would the character when she could have? If you all didn't hear that, right? If the character could have went on more, where would the character have went?
Oh yeah, Rocky. Oh, yeah.
So I had in my mind, after reading the script and working with everyone, how I wanted to portray Rocky. I don't know, some of you don't know, my inspirations back then was Wesley Snipes.
Nice.
Oh, we know Wesley Snipes.
Right. So I was like, okay, I'm going to be, and Grace Jones, from Conan and everything. So, I had this idea of how I wanted to play her. And then I read my story in fiction.
Which is amazing.
And actually I didn't read it. A friend of mine, he's from England, he did an audio tape for me and sent it to me, and he has an English accent. So instead of saying garage, he says garage. And I got to hear what his idea of Rocky was. And I think if I had known more of, her background, I probably would have played her differently. I think I played her pretty good. Yeah, you know that.
Let's rephrase that. Come on. I kicked his ass. Say that.
I kicked ass and didn't care about
There you
the
go.
names. I didn't care about the names. And because Sarah and I had a different relationship in Don's eyes, I think that would have been nice to play up that and to go forward with that. And I still think to this day there should be a spinoff for Rocky.
Woo! Yeah.
All right.
Can I jump in for 1 second?
Please, go.
We were talking about stunts. Only one person on this panel has ever been drilled and killed by a spear.
Yeah.
Maybe you could tell us what that's like.
Oh my
Sarah.
Yes.
Come on, Sarah.
Yeah.
Silently.
Yes, okay. Fun fact, Phantasm 3 was the first film that I worked on when I moved from New York to LA. So when I went to the audition, I was like, okay, I'm going to have this spear coming up my head. I couldn't imagine what it was going to look like, right? Because I hadn't seen the Phantasm movies yet. So I was just imagining the spear coming in and hitting me in the head. So when it actually happened in my mind, my imagination, I threw myself up against the wall and I slid down the wall. And I laid there on the floor and I waited for casting to say something, right? And they said, good job. And I was like, okay, good. I did a good job. I died well. All right, I did a good job dying. So it was pretty awesome, I must say, and we were actually taping it and the spear hit me in the head. And I said, what the, it was really cool because the effects were awesome. They taped the spear to my head initially, and then they pulled it away with a fishing rod. So, and they reversed it in editing, right? So it looked like it was coming towards my head, right? It was actually being pulled away. And then they put this tube behind my ear, and I had this little pack on my back with the blood in it, right? and they pumped the blood through the tube, right? And through the sphere, and it came flying out. And that was the fun part too, because I got to hold it and then scream with all this blood shooting out. And then they cleaned me up and then we do it again, and, you know, so it was awesome. I had a great time.
I see a hand back there with some tattoos on it. There's an arm, and then I'll come right back over to you. Ladies first.
So I'm part of like the younger generation that my parents raised me on your movies. So I guess it's to all of you guys. How are you guys feeling that your movie is still thriving after all of these years?
Yeah, how do you, and if you don't mind with a little bit of a follow-up to that, at what point did you realize this shit isn't going away?
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? Like, there was this moment where...
It's never over.
It's never over, but at what point did you realize it? So how do you feel about it's still with us, and at what point did you realize it's not going away? And we'll start here and move our way.
The idea that Phantasm had an impact until the show we did in Chicago. The first time I went to one of these cons in, I don't know, whenever, it was a long time ago. And I don't know, I didn't get it. I didn't understand. I didn't. And so once we got to sort of start meeting the fans in a regular way and see how honest and authentic and real you guys all are, and how appreciative you all are, then, you know, I personally began to have a greater appreciation for the impact. But in terms of like knowing in advance that, oh, this is going to be a great thing, no clue.
Well, I remember the first convention I went to. I was sitting next to Linda Blair. And I said to her, well, I'm just going to have a good time watching you sign because nobody knows who I am. And she turned to me and she said, I know who you are. And then slowly but surely there was a big line, you know, lining up. And everybody that came up, they all said, we've got to see more. Like, there's got to be more. And they wanted to know more about every single person in the cast. So that's when I knew it was like, this is going to last for a long, long time. And what do you guys think of having number 6?
Woo! Yeah!
That's a tall order.
Tall man.
You know, I noticed something interesting about Phantasm when we made the second one, because the early reviews came out and they go, you know, this new one's okay, but that first one was a classic.
Mm-hmm.
It was the first time I'd ever heard the first one called the classic.
It was 89, right?
Yeah, and so, and I thought, and I felt kind of bad because I went, oh, I guess we kind of screwed up the sequel. And then, sure enough, we put out Phantasm 3, and it was the same thing. This Phantasm 3, there's like too much comedy, it's kind of weird, but that Phantasm 2 is a freaking classic. And then made 4, and they go, oh, Phantasm 4, it's too dark. You know, we liked all that spear work in Phantasm 3. And then, unfortunately, poor Phantasm Ravager is the final one. It doesn't have a next one to bring it up to classic status. But I still like that film a lot. But interesting.
Which teaches you not to read the review. Phil?
Yeah, somebody said to me coming up to the table, you know, how that words couldn't express how happy they were to step up. Well, right back at you. Honestly, today I was brought to tears with the young lady that stepped up to me and expressed herself, and it was one of the sweetest things. And I've had that experience between 50 and 100 times, I think, just yesterday. You know, people who would just come up and say thank you, and you guys, you make it worthwhile, and you make the movie relevant still,
yeah.
You know, and it's really cool.
Yeah, you know, when we were making the films, all of them really, I really liked to talk Don into letting me do my own stunt gags. And I remember some of the conversations was, are you sure you want to do this, Reg? I said, yeah, you know. And one of them that comes to me was we were in a mausoleum, and as I'm running, and what was the reason I hit the floor? I forget.
Well, I think there was a saying going around, like the day hadn't gotten started till Reggie hit the floor.
That was it. And I hit the floor, and of course in the mausoleum it's all stone, you know, stuff. The floors, the walls, everything. And boy, I had a good slide. And Don caught it on camera. And you can see it. It looks cool. And as a matter of fact, I tried to talk Don into having, letting me do as many stunts for the Reggie character as possible, because I wanted you guys to see me do it. And so yeah, as much as possible, I did my own stunt gags.
You know, Reggie, we did replace you in Phantasm 2 when Reggie had to jump over the chainsaw.
I'm very grateful for that.
My wife.
Right. Yeah, let's go back there. And when you realize, when you realize that the cultural impact, and hey, this isn't going away, was the question. Yeah. And how? Yeah.
It's the beauty, the love, it's just absolutely overwhelming. And just to be able to return that to you when you come to see us and we sign, our pictures for you, we may be giving something to you, but you are giving so much to us. The love and all of that we carry with us through our lives on a day-to-day basis, the way you touch our hearts, we're touching each other's hearts. And it's just beautiful, the human interaction, the human connection, and it's because of this wonderful film, right? Who knew? Who knew? Beautiful. Thank you.
Oh, thank you.
I realized this was not going away when my teenage daughter came home from a Halloween event at the Hollywood Cemetery. And I had told her about my younger years where I was in a band and I had a recording studio. And actually I have Reggie Bannister to thank for introducing me to Don, who came to see our studio. We were the little hot studio in Long Beach, California. We called ourselves the Recording Suite, S-U-I-T-E, because it was in my parents' house. Let's take over the garage. And it just happened that my partner at the time, Paul Ratajik, was a killer guitar player and also a genius sound person. Very gifted. He was the guy every band wants because he got such a great sound, and he got a great sound in that studio. And we had RCA Records coming to this little studio. We had Michael Nesmith, who was doing concept albums, who the Monkees were over, but he went on to produce some really interesting things. And we had Fred Myrow, who my mother knew, incredible composer, who did the soundtrack along with, who was the other guy? Malcolm C. And so I would greet them every morning, and Fred always brought his own coffee, and he had to have a special kind of bagel. And we got it done, but it was done in our little recording studio in Long Beach. And then I moved to Hollywood, and I did some other movies, and I did plays, and I met my husband, Leo Rossi, and we just kept on working. We have a production company. But what happened is my daughter came home and she said, "Your movie, if they screened Phantasm at the Hollywood Cemetery tonight, it's a cult classic, Mom." It's a cult classic. That was a great night.
Yeah, we played at an actual mausoleum. Yeah. Hey, if I could jump in and answer that question on behalf of our dearly departed Angus, where he realized that it was going to happen is he was in the market in Hollywood, I think it was, and some kid came up to him and he goes, "Sir," and he goes, I was sitting, just in his normal persona, and he said, "Could you do it? Could you do it?" And he thought about it for a second, and then he figured out what he wanted. And he, he had this ability to transform, and he turned and he looked at him and he raised the eye and he just went, "Boy." Come on.
Yeah.
That is a great story. For anybody who was here 9 years ago when we did this panel, we were able to get Angus on the phone. Is anybody here for that? Oh, we have some old folks in the room like me. It's time for that colonoscopy. But just to let you know. But it was absolutely fantastic. We have one more person to answer that real quick.
Yes. So I realized that it wasn't over when the checks kept coming. Because, during the making of the movie, something happened and we found out that it wasn't going to get distributed. Distributed. That's the word. And I was like, what? Am I going to be a movie star? I was like bummed about that. So, I continued on doing stunt work and things like doing lots of commercials. But things started happening. I was, at a restaurant in San Francisco with my boyfriend, and the waiter came over and said, "You sound so familiar. Oh, I just saw your movie last night. I heard your voice." And I was like, "Okay, here's a free whatever." I was like, "Okay." And then I was in New York and I had done Devil's Advocate. I had a small part with Al Pacino with that. My hair was platinum blonde, right? And I'm on the subway coming home from shooting one night, and someone says, "Wait, you're that girl in Phantasm 3, and I had just done Devil's Advocate." I go, "Yeah." I was like, "Oh, okay, this is good." And then someone contacted me about doing a mental health awareness documentary and talking to me about, how horror movies help people. And I'm like, oh my God, this is how many years later is this? And I had to discover within myself, like, how valuable what we did is to people.
Yeah.
And I didn't realize that before. And then my son helped me get on Instagram. And then I started getting DM. I didn't know what DM meant. Let me tell you for a long time. And you hear it on TV, "Oh, she's listening to my DMs." I was like, what the hell does that mean? But people started talking to me about what it meant to them. And it just really moved me, like how Rocky's character, helped them, when bullies were coming after them in school. And how my strength got them through it. And it just, it blew me away. And then to still have the friendships that I have here, and to be able to come out, and you guys tell me what you like about it and want my autograph. It's just, I put my son through college now, and thank you so much.
Yes. I know that I'm going to be the bad guy. I know you're going to hate me for this, but I've got time for one more. But before I do that, remember, they're here all weekend. If you did not get your question answered, you know what you do? You walk up to the table, you say hi, pick up a book, get an autograph, get a signature. Your question, sir, is our last one. I'm sorry.
Hello, everyone. Don, you were... So going back to Phantasm 3, and I watched Phantasm 3 and the first Phantasm recently again, and that you produced and directed and wrote. And I was wondering, as a writer, how much you impose on your actors and how much freedom they have to express who they really are. In other words, because I see Reggie as some kind of a ladies' man. So I'm wondering, and Gloria is one of the most badass black women on the screen.
Yes.
I know because, Bill, told me about being a musician, or I saw Michael, riding that motorcycle in the first Phantasm and then crashing in the middle of it. So I was wondering how much of them are in their characters, if they are free to express themselves, or if you impose that script on them.
Well, thank you for the question, and the answer is a lot, because in a weird way, came to be fans of every one of these people, even when I was just starting to work with them. And, you know, honestly, we cribbed a lot of Reggie Bannister's genuine personality in the Reggie character, and the same goes with Bill Thornberry. Now, I don't know, Kat, maybe, you know, she had an inherent sensuality. The tall man shapeshifting, I don't know. And Michael, I've worked with him before, and I rely on, and you know, he's one of the great actors working at that time, in my opinion. In fact, and it's true because we went to Japan where he was listed because the Phantasm and the Kenny and Company had made him up there. He was on the list with Sylvester Stallone and Dustin Hoffman at the time. Well deserved, of course. But I always try to include the actors and get their takes. I'm very collaborative. I'm, you know, always never wanted to be an imperious director. I try to embrace and take what I can from the actor and make them, of course, part of the team. I think I could throw it to all of you as to how you informed your characters.
Yeah.
I mean,
absolutely. Just
maybe we start with Bill. Like, how did you?
Well, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm the one who has to be the bad guy. So yeah, no, you can't. Each one of you take time. Yeah. Just if you could just say a few words about your character, please.
Well, it's never over, is it? But I'd love to express myself a little bit more.
Yeah. Woo.
Oh yes, that's right.
Anybody else want to talk about their character and about it? Okay.
Well, we want everybody to have a good humor today.
Ice cream man.
Perfect way to end our panel. Please stand up and thank everyone for Phantasm.
Yeah.
This was all weekend. This is an amazing group of folks. Stop by, see them, please. They're going to the tables right now. Thank you all. So let's go ahead and let's get started. I want to welcome our folks from Blair Witch, Heather Donahue.
Woo!
Stand up. Come on, give them a big round of applause. Stand up. Joshua Leonard and Michael C. Williams. Joshua Leonard and Michael C. Williams.
Yeah. Yes, indeed. Woo!
Does anybody mind if I sit down for a second? Because it's been a couple hours. All right. Let me grab my notes. Hi, everybody.
Hey, how's it going?
So, are we ready?
I'm ready. Are you guys ready?
I'm ready. All right. So, who wants the first question?
Whoa, we're jumping right in.
All right, absolutely. We're jumping right in because we have a bunch of people excited to see you. I saw the first hand in the back. Now, he's going to go first. What I'd like for you to do, because this room's getting pretty crowded, if you could just kind of line up right here, somewhere where that portrait is, and just kind of line up, and we'll try to get through as many questions as possible right after this gentleman. Go ahead with your first question. The rest of the questions line up over here in the aisle, okay? No, back in the back, and the rest of you line up. Yes, you, with the beard, hand up, stand, ask the question. Everybody else, let's follow this. Line up behind that dude after the guy with the beard. Go.
With this being
No, other dude. Holy shit, how many beards do we have in here? We have 4 on this stage, or 3. All right, go. Dude, and Freddie, you come over here and line up. Dude, in the back, go.
Still catching up with you and everything, you know. But I do have one question, okay? If I remember correctly, and correct me if I'm wrong, you know, each day you would get directions left out for you on what was going to happen that day. Was there a particular scene or anything that you read that you went, oh shit?
Yeah, I'll answer that one. Yeah, so each day we would get, we would have a GPS before GPS was a thing, and in that GPS was programmed waypoints. Greg Hale, Special Forces, was one of our producers. And so they scouted out the locations of the 2 different sections of woods that we were going to be in, which GPS were really pretty easy woods to get out of. There were street crossings and guardrails and jogging. However, the GPS would tell us, so let's say we're at waypoint 3, it would say you're going to go to waypoint 4. And when we would get to waypoint 4, there usually is a milk crate with a day glow orange like bicycle flag in the milk crate. And in the milk crate were some fresh batteries for the camera, maybe some food, and 3 35mm film canisters with each of our names on it. We couldn't share our notes. And in those canisters were the notes for each of our characters. The directors would watch the films that we would, like the dailies, on video overnight to sort of see where our relationships were at and what we were going to do. Obviously, they had it all planned out beforehand as far as what the waypoints were. So each of those notes were in the canisters saying, you know, Heather's might say you want to go east, Josh's might say you want to go west, and mine might say you want to stay put. So it would just kind of create tension that way. So the one that I was most surprised about is on day 7, or on day 8, so we knew it was the last day of filming. We knew that we were getting on a bus on November 1st. It happened to be Halloween, October 31st. In the note, because we had gotten into a car on the last day and drove to a different patch of woods. And I apologize if some of you heard this story, but so I'm like, why are we going to a whole different section of woods? It makes no sense to me. I can't figure out why they would do this. And my note said, when you hear something tonight, which would have been Josh's voice that I didn't know, when you hear something tonight, follow the noise all the way up until you can't go any further, let Heather join you, and then go all the way down, leaving her behind. So I'm thinking like it must be a hill. Like I can't figure out what this note means. It's so different than any other note I had, and trying to figure out why we would. I said maybe that there's like a really long hike up the hill because that's why we're going into these different sections of woods. So actually, what happened was I hear the voice. I hear Josh on like a boombox screaming because he was back in New York at the time, and I follow the boombox noise of him screaming. And the most authentic line I have in the entire film is, "Oh shit, it's a house." The character, "Oh shit, it's a house" works, and the actor going, "Oh, I get it. I got to go upstairs and wait for Heather and go all the way down." So it was a note that I didn't understand until I saw it. And then we had walkie-talkies to contact the directors whenever we wanted. We tried to be very minimal about that. That was more about safety and being in danger if somebody broke their leg or something, which none of us did, thankfully. But so I walkied Ed, like before we went to sleep, Heather and I. And I was like, "Hey man, I'm going to mess this up. I know it's the last day. Like, what is this go all the way up?" He said, "I promise you when you see it, you'll understand. Please get off the radio." So I did. There you go. Oh shit, it's a house.
Yeah.
Anything to add to that, Heather? Okay, cool. All right, next question. Yes.
All right, I know when you guys did the movie, y'all didn't have a huge budget. It's, I guess, one of the most profitable movies ever made. What was it like realizing how much money this movie had made and, like, I guess, for you guys, how well it had done? Did you guys know that it was going to be a hit, or did you guys just know y'all were making an independent film, just kind of doing something different?
Yes, that last one.
Yeah.
And to the first one about the money, so sad.
Yeah.
We're not going to talk about the money. Sorry.
But
Or
with
lack
that being
thereof.
said, thank you so much for spending your hard-earned money and coming up and telling us how much that film means to us. It means the world to us that you're willing to spend.
And they're going to be at the table all weekend long, right? Yeah.
Is it true, Josh, that the reason that your was on the same concert? It wasn't a concert? Was it a Jane's Addiction concert?
I did. When I got, because originally in the script, Mike's character was going to go missing first.
Okay.
And I was going to miss the Jane's Addiction concert at Bowery Ballroom in New York, and I was a little bit bummed about that. But then because the guys who were directing and producing were watching the dailies, they would go back at night and watch everything that we filmed from the day before. So they were kind of writing on the fly as we were improvising the dialogue, and they were setting up a structure for us to react to. They would then go see what we actually got in the can and how that made sense narratively, and kind of project forward in terms of character relationships. And they were like, Josh and Heather are just at each other's throats too much. if we take Mike out, they're just going to kill each other. And so they pulled Mike out, and they were really apologetic. They left me a note that night that said, wait till the other guys go to sleep, sneak out of the tent. If anybody wakes up, just tell them you're going to take a piss, and they're going to be right back. And so I did. And they were like, you're out, you're dead. And I was like, yes.
And nobody woke up.
Thank you. And I peed on both your faces.
So much love after We got you, Bearded Freddy.
All right. With the 25-year anniversary, do you guys have any more like remasters or new announcements coming up, possibly, of new things to celebrate?
We don't really have anything to do with that part of it. That would be Lionsgate, who owns the film, or maybe Paxton. I know there's something that they cooked up. There's like a DVD with original, the way it was supposed to look. I'm not like a behind the camera kind of a guy, but there's like Second Sight creation, which is the film, but it's just different, I guess, frame ratio or however it was shot. It's going to look more like video.
It's also really funny with this specific movie, as opposed to like restored to CinemaScope 70 millimeter. It's like restored to Walmart height. As the filmmakers originally intended. We made it just look just as bad as it was supposed to.
I completely get that. I think every time they re-release The Evil Dead, it was shot on 16. Right. Thank you. All right. Next question.
Yeah. So this is kind of for each of you, but and you've touched on it with how impactful this movie was. When really looking at it, it seemed almost simple in terms of getting lost in the woods, finding a house, and even the final scene of standing in a corner. With how terrifying that was, did you all know while you were filming it how impactful this would be to horror as a genre?
God, definitely not. Like, if you would have told me that I would be sitting here 25 years later talking about the film that we got out of backstage, no, it would have seemed absolutely absurd to me. It felt really good when we finished. Like, I felt like we had done something interesting, and kind of special, but not to this extent. Not to this extent where we could still be talking about it 25 years later.
Yeah, that's awesome.
I knew it all along.
Yeah.
No chance. We got to Sundance. I thought that would be sort of the pinnacle of where this thing went, and that was sort of like, wow, this is amazing. We're young actors who were in a film at Sundance. That was sort of a big dream come true. So then anything after that was like kind of mind blowing. Yeah,
that's awesome.
And also remembering that artists are historically terrible when it comes to capitalism. We just kind of make shit. And sometimes a lot of people are like, we want to buy what you made, and quite often they're like, nah, I would rather buy a Toy car. But yeah, and with this movie specifically, Mike and I just watched it. It was my first time in probably 10 years watching the film. We did a charity screening in my hometown last week, and watching it, I was just, I was like proud and blown away of the film just autonomously, just this like little punk rock experimental movie that was made kind of by any means necessary and really relied on an audience's imagination and really played into psychology. And it's so, we're in a very, I would say, I have been asked in my life no less than 10,000 times the following two questions. Did you ever anticipate it would be as successful as it was?
Were you really scared?
Were you really scared? No and no. And really separating what the original impetus was that I think we remain so proud of, because it was kind of just this group of young artists from from the cultural zeitgeist that it became, which is why, which had to do with, it had something to, like, the film had to work. Like, we had to be good enough at our jobs, but then like 10,000 other cultural and societal stars had to align at exactly the right moment for it to, you know, it was like everybody didn't know everything all the time because the internet was barely a thing. You know, it was the dawn of reality television. We were coming out of a lot of like big budget movies where people, I think, had just gotten kind of art directed out of any true feeling or empathy in the way that I think at least I related to characters that in films that have inspired me. So it was just like, we made this thing and it happened to fall in this slot, a perfect point in time, and here we are.
Yeah.
Yes, we are.
To make the comment off that, I was part of the generation that, you know, I thought the movie was real and that something happened to you all from back in that day. So, you know, I'm glad to see you all here.
Yes.
Thank you.
I don't wish you were dead either. Really well-made movie, and I think it gets too many people obsessed about all the things that happen with the internet and all that stuff, and forget that is a really damn good movie. I just wanted to say that out there because I feel people forget that think about the publicity, they think about MTV, they think about the internet blowing up, they forget the freaking movie works.
Yeah. And because they're not here, remembering that I've edited improvised movies before. There's 10,000 terrible, unwatchable films that you can cut out of an improvised movie. So just also remembering how much Ed and Dan and Greg and Mike and Robin and all the guys who were there day after day cutting and refining this movie and really writing. We gave them the raw material for the script, but they were really writing the act structure in the editing room. And since they're not here to toot their own horns.
Jake.
Well, I was part of the generation that thought you were all dead too, until I'm watching TV and I see a certain Steak and Shake commercial. Did you get any grief over that?
Grief over that? No, they actually only aired in the Midwest, and so like I wasn't in the Midwest at the time. Although I love it here. Although is this the South or the Midwest? I mean, that feels like $1 million question.
That's an actual 20-minute answer.
Oh, okay. It has like the best.
Okay, let's take a vote. Kentucky Midwest discussion or Blair Witch panel? Because I
said later.
At the party. We'll talk about it at the party. So no grief. I did those before Blair Witch came out, and I didn't really get paid for those either. It was a real banner year for me, 1998, 1999. I made a lot of poor life choices.
Don't we all? Don't we all?
But the 90s were for.
Well, how else could I be like broody? Do you know what I mean?
If you don't think she comes her answer.
Sure.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so I know filming must have been very challenging because you only had just over a week to film all your scenes and just 8 days. I want to know from any of you or all of you, what was the most challenging part about filming the movie?
Rain. Wet socks.
I don't blame you.
Wet socks for me.
Yeah. I would say, building that trust between the three of us, while it wasn't difficult, it was really important. So I'd say that was, that is part of the work, because we're physically fighting and screaming and swearing and biting and kicking and shoving and making sure that each one of us were okay as actors before and during and after that scene, right? There was nobody else out there with us. They would be shadowing us from, pretty far away where you kind of knew they were there, but you didn't know that they were there. So for us to kind of create that world and then have trust that we would toe the line to really kind of this raw emotion, but then be able to take care of one another. I don't think it was difficult, but I'd say it was challenging for us. We didn't know each other.
I feel like you saw some of that unfold actually on camera in the motel room scene, and that's why I love. My favorite line from the movie is marshmallows in the supermarket. That's what I write on everybody's picture who lets me pick the line. Because sure, I'm afraid to close my eyes and we're gonna die and what the fuck is that and all that great stuff. But it's the intimacy that gets started in the beginning with the scenes where we're picking you up, and then we have that. I love the motel room scene actually. That's some of my favorite stuff because that's where you invest. Do you know what I mean? That's where you're like, oh, these kids are relatable, especially if you're like a 90s kid, we were 90s kids, so you buy in there, and then when things get weird, you're still with us.
No, I think that's really true. And the setup that we kind of knew each other and you didn't know Mike at all.
Right, that works.
One thing that kind of blew me away watching the movie, I was like, we have so much Utz product placement. There's not only do we say Utz potato chips twice, but then there's 3 shots in the movie where Utz feature prominently.
It's their pretzel rods though that are the best.
Great pretzel rods.
They really do. The perfect balance of salt and crunch.
I'm sorry. I was just. I'll answer your question quickly, which is a little bit of a killing Santa Claus kind of answer. So the hardest part of the movie for me, it was combining. It did rain a lot. It was really and you would get in bed and we'd get in our sleeping bags, and there'd be an inch of water in our sleeping bags. It was freezing cold, and especially in some of the later days, we weren't really eating enough to be full. And you'd get in your sleeping bag, and you'd be like, okay, 30 minutes, this water will be warm enough. I'll sleep in it, and it would just get to the point where you were so tired, and the water was warm enough that you could fall asleep in your wet sleeping bag. And then boom! And then babies on a boombox outside. You're like, motherfucker, axe now? Okay. Grab the camera,
Awesome shirt. Friends, she can do better. So, chainsaw, is it a erectile chainsaw? Well, no, looks like it was functioning really well, John. Looks like she found the pill for that. All right, you want me to get this started? Yeah. Woo! Hell yeah! By the way, I'm sorry for the long lines. I'm sorry for all the long crowds, but I want to point out something that I haven't pointed out today that I didn't point out last night. Scarefest is now the biggest, can I curse? Yeah. Biggest fucking convention in the goddamn world! I need to preface that we're not San Diego Comic-Con. We're the biggest horror convention in the world. Thank you all so much. I love all you broken people. You make me so happy seeing you all these 9 years. 9 years I've been doing this shit. I started with Scarefest and it makes me so happy to see you all. Let's go ahead and get started.
Okay, travelers, so we're still waiting for the Halloween, the Michael Myers panel. We're waiting on Tyler Maine, but Joe, what do you think, man? You been enjoying yourself?
Bro, the panels have been great. Now we're about to get into the Michael Myerses. Never get tired of seeing these guys.
Hey, we're major Halloween fans, so I mean, we're ecstatic for this. Hey, look at this crowd.
You guys make me feel better about
many people.
Packed
house, guys.
Good reason.
Standing room only back there. So we're going to get some good footage, guys.
I'm flat out confused. And we got some living legends out here. Dick Warlock was just giving me shit. Just a minute ago because I said he was pretty, and he said I'm not pretty. And I said, okay, well, I think you're pretty. So let's go ahead and introduce some of these folks. Nick Castle. We're going to be waiting on Tyler as soon as he gets out of the bathroom or doing drugs, whichever one. My guess is
Yeah.
What's up, y'all? So, once again, the reason why I keep getting this job is because now this is my time to shut the hell up. I do have a question, but I'll save it for later. I want you to have, you are our VIP, you get the first question. Go ahead. No, ma'am, you're going to stand right the hell there. You make me a I just said you all were broken people earlier. You stand right there and ask your question.
Nick Castle, is that you behind the hedge?
Well, if it's from the movie, yes.
I wasn't sure. That's me.
That's you behind the hedge. Oh, okay. No, yes, that was me behind the hedge.
They'll owe you $40. I get 10%, which is really lame at 40, but $4 is $4. Oh, it's the one who asked the great question with the Freddy shirt earlier. Yay!
Are you guys okay with me filming?
Nope.
My day rate is $7,500. Just kidding.
Y'all are okay with it?
We're good with it.
Okay, so love all y'all's work, by the way. Y'all are amazing.
Clearly, you're highly intelligent.
Y'all are always awesome as Michael Myers. I want to know from each and every one of you, what is your personal favorite kill from your movies?
Nice. Good question.
Well, why don't we start with the OG?
Yeah. Woo!
Yeah.
Nick, the last Starfighter Castle.
Yeah.
Is this on? Yep. You can hear me. Okay, good. Thank you. Yes, I had some lovely kills in the first one. It was a lot of fun, but I always hated Bob. Bob, hitting him on the old wall. So that's my favorite.
Richard. Well, mine is the hot tub scene.
Yeah.
Hold on, can I pause 1 second because somebody got done drinking? Come on in.
Mr. Wayne, you just interrupted my favorite story here with your ladies. You ought to be ashamed.
Oh, all right. I'll see you guys.
Anyway, the hot tub scene. It's not for the reason that a lot of people think. I didn't see those until I saw the movie.
What do you mean those, Mr. Warlock?
When I reacted to, boy, are those some those. Anyway, yeah, that was among others, because they were all fun. You know what I mean? I enjoyed all of them, choking a little Leo out. That's it.
Nice. Yeah.
Okay, so I did 3 movies, and really it's all one movie, right? 18 kills and ends. But I have 3 really quickly. The window kill in Halloween 2018, because that's the way I would really kill somebody. Get in quietly, get it done, and get out, right?
Yep.
The second one, Halloween Kills, the Cameron kill, because that little bastard deserved it, right? Then the third one was the nurse kill, because my favorite kill in the entire trilogy, in the entire Halloween universe, is the Bob kill. So the homage to the Bob kill with the nurse is my favorite in Halloween Ends. That's my story. I'm sticking to it.
Woo! Yeah.
Well, I don't know, but I think it was pretty unique that I could impale somebody with a shotgun in a door.
Yeah. That's not how you use the gun, Michael. That's not how you use the gun.
I have no idea what the hell the question was.
The question was, what were you drinking before you got in? I'm joking. What's your favorite kill, sir?
My favorite kill. Oh, okay, that'd be the nurse kill in Halloween 2.
Octavia Spencer.
She went Octavia Spencer.
Yeah.
She went on to win an Oscar, so technically I'm an Oscar winner killer. And then I'd also have to say Big Joe Grizzly, because that's where I got this.
Yeah. King.
Yeah. Thank you so much. On deck. Next victim.
My name's Caitlin. I've met all of you. I think at this point, at least some of you guys multiple times. Nick, you made a cameo video for me for Christmas, wishing me good luck on trying to have a baby, and I appreciate that. Thank you so much. So my question for you guys is, what was your favorite behind-the-scenes memory that you made making your movies? Like, with the crew, with the director, with the cast, what's your favorite memory that you made making your movie?
Do you have a favorite memory?
I'd have to say for me, it just the family that we created for the two movies with with Rob and that, and Scout and I are really close. And
You married her.
I did marry Scout. I became ordained to do that shit.
Going this way?
Yeah. Yeah,
I
sure.
think setting up for the service station and getting that all ready to go, that was kind of fun. And then doing it, boom, it looked good.
Nice. I think for me, in the finale, which is my favorite scene that I shot in all three movies anyhow, at a certain point, they're putting prosthetics on my neck and my face, and the blood pumps in my chest, and resetting lights. And so Jamie walked over, and I was there for an hour laying. Jamie walked over, held my hand, and closed her eyes. And we sat and we just stood there with both of us. I laid there, she stood there with her eyes closed, my eyes closed, and we just felt this love and this passion going between us. It was the most beautiful experience.
There was a flyer gag at the end.
Let's see, my favorite, one of my favorites was on 2018, because, I did a cameo, and that counts as being in the movie.
Yeah.
And it was seeing Jamie Lee Curtis for the first time, it was about 4 years from that, and we saw each other across the lot where we were going to be shooting, and we both screamed, ran into each other's arms. It was like some kind of, commercial. That was lovely.
Oh, I love that. Thank you guys so much.
Thank you. Got this sunglasses.
Voice, so I apologize.
You do not. You've got a great voice.
I just want to say that Michael Myers was my dad's favorite, so I grew up watching you guys. I am a 90s baby, I was born in 91, so I look younger, but anyway, that's besides the point. I want to ask, what was each of yours take on playing Michael? Like, what did you guys bring? And I stole that from the Leatherface.
What did you bring to it?
I'll start, because I brought nothing.
The walk. You did everything.
When we did it, there was no franchise. It was called a low-budget picture, and really didn't have much expectations about it. But I mean, for these guys, I guess, they had to live with this infamy. So I think the better answers are going to be down to the right. Yeah, that's the story.
I have a funny story about George Wilbur. We're members of the same stunt crew. We go to the same office. And I used to see him in the office, and I found out he'd already done part 4. And I was talking to him. I said, you see the first 2? He said, I don't care what the hell you guys did. Anyway.
Oh, that was a dig.
In our universe, for 2018, it was 1978 to 2018, and although these guys did wonderful jobs and their stories were really beautiful, that's what David Gordon Green decided to do. So there's a great old character actor named Ted Knight who Caddyshack, Mary Tyler Moore. He gave me this great gift in the early '80s. He met me, and I met him, and really fascinating guy, really charming. And he gave me a gift as an actor. He said, as an actor, if you want to be a good actor, learn to emulate. Emulate the bartender, emulate your mother, emulate the guy walking down the street, but don't try to walk like they walk or talk like they talk. Reach inside them. If you can grab their soul, you will naturally be able to do exactly as they do, vocally, physically, whatever. So what I did was I watched the original, 1978, and I was reaching into what Nick Castle had so brilliantly created without even thinking about it. I think it was the drugs, right? But it's...
Door over there. there.
in a room
and
full
let's
of Michael
keep on
Myers.
going, and everybody keep their hands to themselves.
Keep your hands to yourself.
All right, yeah, no,
Lights
let's
go
get,
dark.
there we go.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. Whoever is touching that, that's kind of
Now, who died?
That was that.
Okay, well, I didn't know that the harassment suits would come on stage, so. Please finish.
So I watched the 78 version one time before meeting David Gordon Green, and there was a scene where Nick is walking the camera left and camera right in the backyard. All I was doing was reaching. I wasn't even watching the movie for the story. I was reaching into what Nick had created, and I said in my head, I got it. So last time I ever even thought about the character, but what David Gordon Green I talked about is this character is 40 years later. So I brought with it all the plant medicine I've done, the shamanic work I've done with Native Americans in North America, in South America, ayahuasca, ibogaine with African shaman, psychological work, spiritual work, emotional work, and then working with Stella Adler and my coach in the Royal Academy of Dramatic Arts. So all these things that imbued the character. But really, even though our story was only 1978 to 2018, everything that these guys did too was a part of the story of Michael Myers. So really, I had the benefit of all the work these guys did to bunch up inside me and to create what I created, but it wasn't really me, it was these guys.
No, I want to answer. I hate the fact that it's okay, Tom.
Yeah.
This has to do with him. That when I got the job, I had not seen the first movie, okay? And Deborah Hill, the producer lady, she asked me, have you seen this movie? And I said, no. And she said, it's a VHS copy, you'll watch it. So I watched it, and I tried to wrap my head around something from the character. And there's a couple of things. And it wasn't the walk, excuse me. When he got killed or stuck in the eyes in the closet scene, he was behind the bed and he just rose up like that. That was, to me, it was mechanical, and I liked it. And that's what I really gripped on, was that part of the thing, to do the slow walk, the more mechanical kind. And then the fact that I'd been shot 6 times, 7 times, I mean, it just went on and on. I'm really suffering a little from that going a little bit slow.
Yeah, makes sense.
Anybody else in the end of the pen? Go ahead.
Well, I don't have quite that much involved when I was doing it. I had already done Jason, and I knew about the type of character. And for me, and I always think that I've always been a stuntman, and as a stuntman, we double people. That means we do what they're doing, and we try to do a little bit of their walk and emulate them. And I just felt I knew this character, what he would be like, and I just put myself in that position, knowing that I'm the stunt guy, doing what I normally do, and often I'm a pretty bad guy. So I just put it to work.
I just watched what these guys went before me did, and didn't want to fuck it up. Plain and simple.
Love it. Thank you. All right, go ahead, sir.
Hi, my name's Logan. I'm from Cincinnati.
That's my husband.
I'm so sorry, dude.
This is an open-ended question for any of you guys who wants to share. Can you guys think of a prank that you guys pulled in your careers on anybody, or somebody did to you? That anybody?
Bro, you're going to deep water there, man.
I can tell you a little story about Big Joe Grizzly, bitch. All right, so we were shooting that scene, right? And the floor was all slick because there was blood all over it. And I was in the slippers. And he hit me in that stall and backed me up and skid. And he started laughing. I was like, oh, you little prick. So I called the props guys. I said, give me some stickum. They sprayed the bottom of my shoes. So it's like the sticky stuff. He opened that stall the second time, and it was like him hitting a fucking Mack truck. And I said to him in the mask, I said, get ready to go for a ride, motherfucker. I protected him, but we destroyed that bathroom.
Anybody top that?
Well, I can't top that, but I think maybe Dick could have something to say about what he did to me. Jason, and I'm playing Jason as a flashback. So I'm standing down in the yard, and the camera's on the second story, supposed to be the point of view looking down at me, and this hallucination of the real Jason is there. And it's serious because it's pretty scary. And below the window is the kitchen, and the kitchen has a door. And I'm out there standing kind of in front of the kitchen door, and it opens. You want to finish the story?
Okay. I was at one window and he was down below next to a tree and he was looking this up really serious, right? So I turned around, jerked my pants down and
That's a funny story, but Catherine's actually interpreting that for ASL.
So I got to tell you this, and this is not a Halloween thing, but Tom Morga originated the live adventures of Conan, the Conan show at Universal Studios back in the day. It was a live show. It was a wonderfully beautiful, beautiful show. I came in right after the very beginning, and there was a guy, so there's these characters. I played a double swordsman, and then I played Taurus Mortar. I did a 20-foot high fall into a flaming pit. It was a lot of fun. But there was one guy who played Callias, the old man. And he was a Royal Academy actor, and he was very good, you know, he took everything so seriously. So just to get his goat, when the shows were really kind of slow in the wintertime, we would make a whole loaf of bread and toast, and we'd go down, and as he started delivering his lines, we'd flip toast out of the pit and hit him in the head. So upset. And I thought he was, you know, and then he was a skinny little guy. What was he going to do? You know what I mean?
Love it. Nick, you got anything?
No, you don't play jokes on John Carbon.
One other thing, when I was doing live shows too, we had a guy that was always doing the high fall at the end where he gets shot. And, you know, it's about a 25-foot fall. And for the last week, when we were ready to do, everybody's doing things, so we went down to the soft ice cream machine, and we filled a big cardboard piece of paper box and put it on top of the airbag of the bag. And so when he came out, all he could see is ice cream.
All right, thank you so much. You know, we're going to cap it right back here. I'm so sorry that would be the last one, so we want to make sure we get through everybody's questions. Go ahead.
Hey guys, how's it going? Thanks for being here for us. So my question is, each of you guys portray like a different type of Michael Myers. So say if you put each of your Michael Myers in a room and had to fight it out.
Whoa. No, it's going to be Tyler or James. It's going to be James or Tyler.
And I'm also one of the smallest kids. I still whip all day ass.
What do you say about that, Ty?
All right, thank you so much. Next question.
I know. Knowing what you know now, if you could go back and redo it, is there something you do pre-production or post-mortem to prep you for your role or release you from the role?
I would join my friend Tyler and do more drugs.
Right before the panel.
Wait a minute, what kind of drugs are we doing? Well, clearly you don't remember, that's a good thing. I don't do drugs, people. Nor do I. Kind of.
I would just go back and make sure to steal all the really cool props.
Yeah, get the hero mask, man.
That's what I was actually going to say, is you probably all, if you'd known then what you know now, would have been doing this in duffel bags on the way out going,
you know, I did.
There's my 401k.
These guys learned, and I did. I've got prosthetics and costumes and masks, and I've got all kinds of shit. I got John Carpenter's checkbook, man.
Don't tell JC.
I walked away with the whole outfit. A lot of people know that. The one regret I have is that I didn't give him this mask, you know, because he really wants it, and I wish I still had it. I'd give it to him.
All right. Thank you.
Like it.
did not find that funny, lady. He's a grown man and treat him as such.
He had his little mask on. He scared the hell out of you. And he scared me, and he did.
He gave me a look. Yeah, go ahead.
What was the most like painful scene? Like it could have been like physical pain or emotional pain or mental pain. What was the painful scene?
What a great question.
That's a good question.
Yeah.
Go, guys.
But I had a little teeny scar on both my arms. Other than that.
So there's a scene in 2018 where Jamie shoots me in the back, and they put, so I had squibs, like squibs that blow out on my shoulder, and they put the battery pack on my left butt cheek. And I had rehearsed it so I could swing down, do a turn, drop into a squat, get back up and walk. Well, I turned myself with such force that when I squatted down, I nailed that battery pack on my butt. And it gave me hematoma. My left butt cheek for about 2 more weeks was 1 inch higher than my right butt cheek.
Oh, no.
Weak for the bruising to come out. Every day, I didn't tell production this. We don't do that. We don't tell production when we have a minor injury or whatever. So every morning, which was during the day, before work, I would go to the chiropractor and the acupuncturist and get lasers and needles into my butt so that I could do that. And I woke up the next morning and I got out of bed the next morning, like 6 o'clock in the evening. I was like, oh, damn. It hurt so bad. I felt, though, like I just played in the Super Bowl, got my butt kicked, but we won.
Yeah.
Guys?
Yep. Hey, Tyler? Worst you were hurt?
Well, it wasn't hurt, but one of the tougher scenes to do is the scene where I was taking the 2x4 to the ceiling to find Lori. Yeah, that was pretty intense.
Okay. I can't think of anything really painful, but it was kind of serious when I took the truck out of the garage and mowed down everything and just had to make it work. So it was one of the little things where, oh, you got to hit the marks.
All right, thank you.
But what would you miss most in the zombie apocalypse?
What? Okay. Now, so I was doing a panel a few years ago, and somebody walked up and said, "What's your favorite dessert?" And I won't say the celebrity, but they loved the question. So I will ask you all, what was it one more time?
What would you miss most in the zombie apocalypse?
What would you miss most during if there was a zombie apocalypse? What would you miss most?
Dead? Life, that's what I would.
For me, it's Kathy, my wife.
Now I gotta say Sarah, my fiance. I wasn't to say Nick Castle buying me dinner.
I guess I would. I don't know what I'd miss. Probably miss not being scared.
I'd miss going to a good restaurant.
Well, he could buy me dinner too, man.
Okay, I have time for one more question. Who wants it? Who wants it? Who wants it? All right, man, you come up here right now. You come up here. Now, while she's doing that, what I want you to remember is these wonderful, iconoclast people are going to be here all weekend long. So if you didn't get your question done, if you didn't get it, please go to their table. Go see them. They are full of great stories, and they are wonderful storytellers. That being said, last question, last victim, it is you, ma'am.
Okay, I want to know what the audition and casting process is like.
Auditioning and casting process for each one of you.
You want to start with Tyler and then move down? Or
Yeah, sure. Yeah, for me, I did Devil's Rejects with Rob. Was on it. And the phone rang a couple years after that, and it's Rob Zombie, so you're going to pick up that call, right? I said, hey, what's up? He goes, I'm doing a movie. If you don't do it, I don't want to do it. It's Halloween. You're Michael Myers.
Nice. Man, that's unheard of in the industry, correct? It just doesn't happen.
Pretty much.
It just doesn't happen. Yeah, that's so awesome.
Yeah.
Well, for me, Fred Lerner was the stunt coordinator for Halloween 4. And he's a member of the Stuntmen's Association. Dick Warlock's a member of the association. I'm a member. When I did Friday the 13th, Dick brought me in and helped me just do an audition with the director, and he kind of favored me and said, well, let's take that guy. So I was already this kind of character. Fred Lerner was going to do Halloween. He says, well, you know, Tom's already been a sort of a character like this, and he's the right height, and we need, how about just doing the show with us? So I worked hard, I was just lucky.
So when I was cast, there are 3 different coordinators stunt coordinators on each one. And the first one, on the first movie, he read the script and he called Malcolm Codd, who owns the franchise. He called David Gordon Green. He said, "Look, this character is much different than the other Hollywood characters, in that what we need is someone who has really deep acting chops, is a trained actor, and is also a really good stuntman. And there's not many of those guys around. And this is what Ron said. So David Gordon Green said, okay, well, he's got to be 6'3", 200 pounds, and got to be in his 60s. Who do you know? And
narrowed it down.
I was the only one they knew. So yeah.
Well, for me, Fred Lerner, I'm going over to the other movie, but Fred Lerner was called for me, because he's coordinated part 4, and he called me and said, or he said to the producer, Muhammad, I can't even talk anymore. Assad.
She doesn't talk, so.
I needed that. Anyway, I was recommended it, and then the producer said, no, he I want big, I want Jason. That's what I was told. So I got cut out of that. So this goes back to Escape from New York, which I mentioned earlier. Because of Kurt Russell is why I was on that show, but then that graduated over to being asked by Deborah to come in as a stunt coordinator. And I did, and I saw a mask in an office and could put it on, and went to Rick's office and just stood there and looked at him. He said, who are you? And I just stared at him with the mask on, and he said, who the hell are you? I laughed and took the mask off and went over and had a meeting with him, and I turned, walking back with the mask, and I turned around and looked at him. I said, Rick, is there any reason I can't play this guy? He said, I don't care if Deborah doesn't care. So I ran back to Deborah's office. He doesn't care if you don't care. We're never going to do it. No, you can do it. You got it. And when I got all the outfit, which I mentioned about the mask, anyway, it was Deborah that said, we're not going to do anything with that guy, so she needed all the stuff.
Nick?
Well, this is the easiest one. I was a really good friend of John Carpenter.
The right place, and the right people at the right time. And with that, Scarefest, will you do me a favor? Go see them at their table, stand up, and give them all the love. All the love. Thank you, Tom.
Travelers, and we are in the middle of the stampede here. Of course, it is Saturday, so come to expect big crowds, and apparently this is the largest HorrorCon in the country right now. So guys, it is definitely showing itself right now at this moment. So I'm trying to make a quick restroom break and trying to come back before the YouTube creators panel. So wish me luck, guys. Slowly but surely getting there.
Slash and Cast YouTube channel. My name is Nick with Slash Cast.
So, before we get started, I do a little bit of YouTubing too, and I actually wasn't supposed to be doing this, but I'll sit here, Bonehead Weekly, we're doing the shooting live at 6. Now, one time, how did you all get started? That's the same question I ask everybody, but I don't mean how you got started on YouTube. That's easy enough. I always want to know, and I asked this question so many times, the bug that bit you. I mean, what was it that made you crazy? What movie was it?
I'll go first, yeah. Oh. Slash and Cast has let me go first. Okay. Well, what movie made me go crazy? I was wearing a zombie shirt earlier. I love that movie, Zombie 1979.
Yeah.
My father showed me that way too young. It scared the hell out of me. I thought zombies were going to rip me to pieces when I was just a little kid. And I've been in love with horror ever since.
So really, that is a kind of a harsh one to start with.
There's like boobs.
I mean, it's bad. There's boobs in it, but at least it's not Cannibal Holocaust. Oh, we said boobs and everybody's leaving. No, we're sorry. No, don't leave us. Oh, well, fine. Put up the phone and pretend you're talking to somebody. She was literally pretending to talk to somebody. Oh my God. I never get to do this. All right, keep going.
Honestly, I don't know. I truly don't remember what that movie was that started for me, because I was like 2. My mom was a big fan of slasher films. She's not anymore. I don't know why. That's something we could bond over, but she doesn't watch them at all anymore. But
Your mom still talks to you?
Yeah.
What's that like? I'm just joking.
Man, I didn't mean to bring it down. I thought it was funny in my head. I'm sorry.
I'll say my earliest memory of watching a horror film is like seeing the DVD menu to Friday the 13th, Part 7. So seeing that DVD menu when I was like, 2 or 3, I have like a really strong memory of that. But in terms of like the most influential to me, Scream and Halloween, even to this day, like still 2 of my favorite movies of all time.
Cool. Please go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, I would watch horror movies here and there growing up. It wasn't until about end of high school where I started watching more. I think Scream's the one that really reeled me in. But yeah, slashers, love them. 90s slashers, that's my vibe.
I just realized you're missing something.
What am I missing?
Facial hair.
No hair.
Yeah,
I'm really laughing.
Oh, there's some up there. There's some up there, right?
A little peach fuzz.
That counts.
No, but you need a beard.
Everyone's got a wig.
Cosplayers.
That joke was for 7 people out there that know
The
what
Merkins, yeah.
Google it
There you
later.
That's okay.
I got nothing.
That's okay.
Trust me, you don't need one.
But it is horror related. There's a band called the Merkins.
I don't know what it is. I take it as a sense.
Hey, what's up? She brought us alcohol. I wish too. All right, now that we've said all of that, so how did you get into what you're doing right now? Let's start down here and we'll move our way down.
Yeah, so basically a group of friends, us included, we're doing a podcast. Wasn't really horror related, but we found out that it kind of became more horror topics, and then we decided to rebrand and start just a horror show, and that's evolved into gaming and live streaming and independent filmmaking, and you were always an independent filmmaker, so.
Yeah, I always wanted to be a director growing up, and it was horror films especially that got me into that. But it wasn't even my idea to start a podcast. It wasn't either of our ideas. It was our buddy's idea, and pretty quickly it just became me and him talking about horror movies for an hour. And then it was like sports for 5 minutes, and then it was back to horror movies. So when we launched an interview with Harrison Smith, director of Death House, and that morning, going into the interview, we were like, okay, let's just make a horror podcast and lock into this thing. So that's what we did. And then with Friday the 13th, the game, that came out. We started going into more gaming and live streaming, things like that. And that is where the channel still sits today, is that type of content.
It's cool. What about you?
I just want to talk about horror movies on the internet, find more wonderful weirdos like all of you. And I have. It's been fun. It's been a lot of fun just talking about horror and stuff. I just kind of did like updates for upcoming movies too.
Yeah.
Like I was talking about that. I was doing like big video essays for like other just movies that I really appreciate. And it's been just a lot of fun. Been doing that for 5 years now. So
That's awesome. My Bonehead's not specifically horror, so I always find it fascinating when you guys just do horror, because I always think, I don't know that I could, because we're at like 340, 350, I think 340 something, and I don't know that I could do it for 340, because I love movies so much. I love cinema, I love film. So I'm just curious, who are some of your favorite, or maybe your big guests that you've got?
I had Doug Bradley on the page last year.
Yeah, you did.
Oh yeah, I was so nervous. Like, and I've done a bunch of interviews, but that was the one that I think made me shaky the most. Love old Doug, he's great. And he was so intimidating. If you think he's intimidating on screen as Pinhead, oh my God, try talking to him for an hour. But he's great. He's such a lovable little teddy bear too. At the end of the day, so such an awesome interview, so much fun.
But the good thing about Doug is he's a talker.
He is. No, he absolutely is. I didn't have to do anything.
No, you don't. If anybody was for the panel here last year, I actually got criticism online for letting Doug Bradley talk too much.
You kidding me? Oh,
Think about that. That's the reason why you should not read the shit on the internet. Just avoid it. They will blow you up, and that's not true either. And they will tell you how awful you are, which is also not true. Do you all agree with that? Yeah, basically. What about you all?
We don't do a lot of interview content anymore, but we used to. We didn't do it this year because we were so busy, but we have like this Halloween virtual convention, and we started with COVID, just to kind of just have something to do that year. And I think, man, whether it's Spencer from Ice Nine Kills, he was a ton of fun to talk to. James Courtney, we've interviewed several times. He's always a lot of fun.
Chris Duran.
I love Chris Duran so much. He's one of the best storytellers ever. I love talking to him. So that's probably some of the spotlights there.
Yeah.
Do you agree with that? Is there anybody you want to add to that?
I definitely agree. I think we had an opportunity to do a documentary about Steve Dash and getting those personal kind of interviews, but mostly talking about Steve Dash with CJ Graham, Kane.
Yeah,
that was a highlight too.
That's cool. So I probably should turn it over to let some of you all ask some really good questions. Who has some questions up here? Yeah, please, sir.
What were some of the earlier obstacles that you had to deal with in regards to establishing yourself online and finding your audience?
That's a great question, man. Biggest thing with horror and YouTube, they don't mix all the time. YouTube will shut down a lot of videos, a lot of live streams. I get away with swearing all the time, which is a big thing. I don't understand how it happens. A lot of other YouTubers will tell me, they're like, I don't know how you get away with that. Biggest thing, I really think at first, like when you got to monetize the channel and stuff, I'm getting real deeply analytical here, so sorry guys. But just you gotta censor the gore and stuff, which the horror fans don't want to hear that. That sucks, right? But I think at a certain point, you post enough videos, YouTube gains that trust with you, and then you can kind of just be a little more easy with it for sure. I'm sure some of you guys know Dead Meat.
Yeah.
Come on.
Yeah.
Thank
James
you.
and Amy.
Thank you. They're the best. We love them. They're sitting right next to me. I think what's great about them is like a lot of their content isn't as censored these days, which is nice. And again, I think that's because they've established that trust. They've posted enough videos on YouTube that didn't get demonetized as much. So again, it's building that trust. It's making enough videos to where not only are you monetized, but can YouTube be like, okay, the checks are cool. I think your first 10 videos you post when you're monetized, that checks. It takes a little longer. That's my crazy conspiracy theory.
Mm-hmm.
They're really looking at it, and at a certain point, they're just kind of like, okay, whatever. So.
Yeah, the check system is it's just kind of nonsense for horror creators, honestly. Now we're at the point now where it doesn't even it's automatic. It's automatically green. Never does it. So yeah, there is this weird creating trust thing. I will say my cheat code for that is I always put light profanity. Yeah, always put light. That way, I'm kind of snitching on myself, but at the same time, they still monetize you, so you just kind of instantly bypass checks that way. What I would say for anyone getting into creation, it's a lot of it is so much is about luck. There's no formula that's, hey, if you do this way, you're gonna make it. It's not that. I think if you're going to get into content creation, what it should always be is because you just want to do it. You want to talk about, for us, it was horror movies and horror video games, and it's fun doing that. And once an audience is created, and maybe you make money doing it, that's just icing on the cake. You can't go into it wanting to do that, otherwise you'll get burnt out almost immediately. You'll constantly be down on yourself for not getting the views you want. So that's just a really bad headspace to be in. I think the biggest thing for keeping an audience and keep growing consistently and letting the algorithm push you is consistency. That's what YouTube wants, especially YouTube. But yeah, just keep getting content out. It doesn't matter if you don't have to always try to one up the last video. You just keep getting content out, keep doing your best, and keep being yourself, and that will help get you a push. So at the end of the day, a lot of it's luck.
Yeah, with the Mr. Beast formula, all the videos are starting to look the same. But yeah, being yourself is really key. Making the content that you want to make, not making it for people to watch.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Cool. Thank you.
So Killjoy, love your channel.
Thank you.
You're always re-innovating yourself. And one of the ways you do that is with your independent films that you've done over the years. And one of my favorites is the Red Right Hand film that you did, honoring the Scream franchise.
It's great.
So can you kind of talk about what it's like re-innovating yourself and making the independent horror film that you did amazing on?
Thank you so much, man. I really appreciate it. I'm glad someone saw it.
The whole world saw it. Stop playing.
Dude, that's a great question because I think it takes a lot of courage. I think you can fall into the like just like a circle of doing the same thing over and over again, and you're like, okay, you know, like this can work. You know what I mean? I like doing this. I'm comfortable here in this little space, just doing the same thing over and over again. But the algorithm is not cool with that. You know what I mean? Like you got to keep. You can't just chase trends though, because what they're saying I absolutely love is you have to want to do it. If there's something trending right now and it's just not your thing, I get a lot of people who tell me they're like, Jake, love the page, but I'm just not crazy about Terrifier, for instance. That's been my obsession for the last like 9 months, and I respect it. I'm like, you know what, man? That's all good. I'm thankful that you're still here commenting on the page. But if you're someone who's like, that's just not my thing, even though it is the biggest thing in the space, don't talk about it. Talk about something else, and you'll get views. You will. If you put hard work into it and you really love what you're doing, you're talking about something that you really are passionate about, talk about it. Talk about Phantasm. Talk about Halloween 3 or whatever the hell you want to get into, man. But yeah, that's the biggest thing. There's trends, and then there's also just, can you put a lot of dedication and hard work into something? People will respond to that. No, that wasn't. That's exactly it.
Yeah. All right, in the back, and then I'll come right over to you. Yeah.
This is one more for the Slashing Cast boys. You guys did the fall Camp Blood Friday the 13th fan film. What decisions went into the plot, the placing of the film for the series? Like, what made you guys think, like, oh, what if we just picked up after part 4? I'm kind of curious about that.
Yeah, there's a really long answer to that. I'll try to go through it quickly. But I mean, originally, what the Fall Camp Blood was a direct sequel to part 6, and we did a 9-day shooting block, and it went horribly wrong. Got rained out multiple days, and when we had to come back and basically do it again, we're like, well, I have another idea that I think might be better. And what that was just picking up in part 4 and having essentially kind of what Halloween 4 is, with Michael, breaking out of the ambulance and killing paramedics. Like, what we did that with Jason and pick up back to the final chapter. And with that was just like, this is my favorite one of the franchise. How can we continue it? And with that came a risk, because we wanted a definitive ending. I won't spoil it for anyone that hasn't seen it, but we wanted it to be like clear cut. I'm not making a sequel. Like, this is it. And we also had to make the choice to eliminate 5 and on, and fan film or not, people are going to be offended by that, and people were. But that's what fan films are good for. It's taking that risk and doing something that Hollywood won't want to do or can't do. And that's pretty much what all the F-13 fan films are right now. It's been 15 years. It's been 15 years, and the IP's still a mess. So at the end of the day, it's nothing more than a passion project.
I had nothing to add. That was.
Question. No, yeah, absolutely.
From your guys' first video to right now, how do you all balance being your worst critic and being confident in what you do?
I'm always my worst critic. I always just hate what I put out, no matter what. I think that's what's tough about it, man. The best thing you can do is you can look at what you made, and instead of just saying this sucks, this is bad. I think the better thing to look at it as, what can I improve? Be constructive with yourself. They say that constructive criticism is good to give on movies. You know what I mean? Like, if you just say this sucks, that adds nothing. That does not help the director at all. But if you can say something like, well, what if you did this better? You know what I mean? What if you did this? I don't take offense to that. That to me is like the most valuable knowledge possible. So if I can look at something I've made, or someone else can, and be like, what if you just did that a little differently? You know what I mean? It took a little more time in this area or something. That to me is the best. You got to be able to do that with yourself, not only with the movies you criticize, I think.
Yeah, I mean, you definitely got to look at different perspectives as well. Yeah, especially early on. You're going to sit there in every video, you want it to do really well, and you want everyone to agree with you and everyone to have a good time in the comments, but people have different perspectives, and it's always a good idea to try your best to look at those different perspectives and where other opinions can come from.
Yeah, the stuck-up answer is have somebody to vent to, is what I would say. That's where it's really nice having someone to work with, is that there's always people in the comments that are going to give you crap about something or disagree with you, and like Jake said, it's not usually constructive. It's usually pretty mean. So yeah, it's having someone to vent to and get over with internally. That way, you don't take it out on that person. I would say the one thing that's always stuck with me with creating things and kind of getting over it might not be the best video, but you just got to get it out there. In college, I was asked, where do you want to be in 10 years? And there was a time that I would have said, I want to be directing films in Hollywood, I want to be doing this and that. Now, the answer is simple. I just want to be creating things. And if in 10 years from now, I'm still creating things, that means I didn't give up on what that dream was. And that mentality really gets me through. It's like, just post the video. It's okay. Like, if it's bad, that's fine, because you can make another one tomorrow.
Cool. Yeah.
Success, like analytically, what's the one video you all made where you're like, that was a damn good video?
Yeah. Oh man, I'm trying to think. Going back, I have made. I just clocked in at 1,600 videos in 5 years.
Wow, that's awesome. Jeez.
Going back through that whole thing though, I used to. Man, I've done some fun reviews. Honestly, my Terrifier 3 review that I just put out, I'm really proud of that. I saw the movie twice before I reviewed it and stuff, and I'm taking notes on my phone in the theater. It was chaotic, but it's I think. Just again, I think I'm proud of it because it's 5 years of work. It's 5 years of trying to figure out how to do a review and then make that something entertaining for people, not just being like, here's my opinion and why I think this movie is this way. You got to make it entertaining. You got to layer it with details, things you caught in the movie, that makes your review worthy of being of watching. And I feel like I'm now 5 years later. I have made a little bit of progress. Maybe that much, but I'm somewhere with it. And that one from just 2 weeks ago now, I'm really proud of. So check it out if you want.
It is really good, by the way. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. You have a... I'm trying to think, man. I have two, and I think you'll agree with both of them, because there's two videos that just did not get views. So analytically, there's a couple things that have blown up and got millions of views. So I'm like, why? Why does that happen? The short gameplay clips, things like that. But the two that just did not get views that I think are really good videos, we did a parody for Friday the 13th the Game. That was the Pokemon theme song, and it had a whole bunch of Easter eggs and funny memes from the game. Yeah, 2,000 views. Okay, all right, that's fine. And then we did the Steve Dash documentary that you already mentioned that we did with the Dashkowitz family, with Steve's family. That a ton of work went into that, and it's not. Numbers are numbers. I want more people to see it and see who Steve was truly as a person and how much his family cared for him and how his friends in the industry, because it features C.J. Graham and Kane Hodder, and just how much they cared about him. And I just wish more people saw that too.
Yeah, Steve Dash doc. Yeah. Now that you say it, that's definitely the one. I think that you just want people to see the content, not just because we made it, because we were proud of what we made. Yeah, that's nice.
Next question. Number 2, Charlie Band, who's coming through. Come on out, Mr.
Yeah.
Adam Green.
Woo! Yeah.
And my boo, Greg Nicotero.
Woo!
He just doesn't know it yet. Giorgio, I expect him to remember. All right, let's have a seat.
I think we should leave, I think George Romero's sitting here.
Yeah.
We have some other people watching for him, and it's probably, we got.
Oh yeah.
And Wes Craven is always all around.
Oh yeah.
Yes, he's on your hand, yes.
I'm going to. The good thing about having this job is sometimes I can let the audience ask the first question, but no offense, screw you guys. I actually get to ask this, and I'm going to do it first. And this is going to be a little more complicated, and I apologize for the question. I've listened to hundreds of hours of interviews of all 4 of you. I can talk about so much of your career, but this is the question I want all of you to take a second. Will you do me a favor and literally break down just a little bit and demystify what a director does? The actual day-to-day. Is that too hard? Is that a little bit? Because I think there's some people who just like...
Are we going to answer this in unison, like in chorus? Or?
No, I think we're going to start right here with Mr. Holland and go on and move right down. Do you want to answer it first, Tom?
Yeah, the director's the guardian of the story. He's the, hello, yeah, that works. Okay. He's the guardian of the story. Then it goes on from there and there and there. You look for visual metaphors. You look for subtext. You look for a theory of visualization that can run throughout it. I was lucky with Fright Night. I had vampires. So,
Yeah.
you know, I mean, you look for those things. And then finally, at the end of the day, you block it out, and you make a shot list, and then you let everybody beat you up and tell you to cut it.
Essential, I don't have 500 students. So you're a little bit of everything. Yes, you're the guardian of the story. I like that.
I do
I can
too.
go on, but look, there's all these other dudes.
And Charlie, you have something you call an entrepreneur?
Yes.
Am I correct?
I have all sorts of expressions. Like there are directors and there's directors. I've worked with those. There's producers and douchers.
Hold on. The second pronunciation of producer. Say that for me one more time.
Douchers.
Douchers.
I'm sorry, I got to wrap you in there.
I love it. I love it.
Let's give everyone a turn.
What these guys said, and then I'm just going to add, it's also keeping the overall tone of the story. So pretty much all of us have done stuff with elements of comedy in it as well, even though it's horror. One of my biggest influences for Hatchet was actually Fright Night, because it was a movie that dealt with vampires, which had been around forever at that point, but Fright Night did it in a way that was so entertaining and fun. But as the director, I think it's your job to keep that vision and keep that tone so things don't go too off the rails or get too serious, but also all the visual stuff, everything else that everybody said. But the most important thing is having a plan before you start, especially if you're doing something where you're going to have limited resources. You have to know exactly what you're going to do, especially when it comes to like the effects, what the shots actually are, because if you're trying to figure it out on a day, you're going to go over budget, and then the producers.
I think for me the most important thing is communication and decisiveness. You have to know if the costume designer comes on set, which belt do you like? You don't have 5 minutes to go, well, that belt, you just have to pick, and you have to know that that's the choice that you're going to make. And my experience always is your crew and your cast, they have to trust you. If they don't trust you because you're taking them on this journey, they're literally going 100 miles an hour. They have to know, the actors have to trust that you're going to give them good direction. The crew has to trust that you're going to take them in the right direction visually, and trust and making good decisions, I think is really key to being a director.
Producers. I am stealing it and moving right along. Okay, I'm going to shut the hell up. Who has the first question? Who wants it? Oh my goodness,
Bless you.
okay. Oh, you introverts, come on. Who wants the first question? Yes, right here. Pop
Okay.
that.
All of y'all are a wealth of information and knowledge in the industry, but I wanted to know, in your beginning stages of your career or just being interested in the industry, what directors inspired you all?
Are we all answering these questions?
Yes, please, absolutely. We want to go down the
Well, we
hall.
we have a routine now.
Okay, absolutely.
What directors did I pay attention to?
Yes.
Well, anybody in sci-fi, fantasy, horror who had a hit. If somebody had a hit, they had to do something right.
Right.
Not always true, but mostly true.
That's a good answer, Charlie.
Very generic, a very good answer, but I don't know, I grew up in Italy. Italian was my first language, so I was watching movies by Antonioni and Fellini, and later on Fulci. So some of those Italian directors were visually amazing. And working in 35 millimeter, different world, visual effects were visual effects, phony baloney stuff. And then obviously, Kubrick. I mean, there's just a handful of directors that are just amazing. Whatever, even some of the movies they made that maybe weren't their best or didn't work are just great works of art. There are others I can list directors, but those are the guys who. And I was really inspired by Ray Harryhausen, stop motion creator of Jason and the Argonauts, Seven Voyages of Sinbad. I saw those as a little kid. I had a total special effects boner for those movies. I had to make a movie like that. I wound up making a few. So.
E.T. was the movie that made me want to make movies, because it was the first time I actually started thinking about what goes into a movie. My family, I don't want to make it sound like we weren't like welfare poor, but we just didn't have a lot of money. So each summer we usually got to go see one movie at the beginning of the summer and one at the end. But when I saw E.T., I was like, I know E.T.'s not real. He doesn't even look real. Why am I crying like this at the end? So at the end of the summer, my parents were like, now what movie do you want to see? I'm like, we got to see that again. And they're like, you're going to see the same movie twice? I'm like, I have to. And that's when I noticed script and music and all the other stuff. And then I quickly kind of moved to horror because Halloween is the greatest holiday there ever was. And with horror movies, you could celebrate it all year long. So it was John Carpenter, obviously, Wes Craven, George Romero. And then it's just like, you just can't get over how many there are. And then when you start realizing, oh, that's the same guy that did this, and that's the same one that did that. But I'm still learning, and so it's just every day there's somebody new.
Summer of '82.
Yeah. I'll tell you what's interesting too, if you think about it, is when we were all younger, because we were all younger at one point in our lives, you didn't think about who the director was. You were taken on this journey. Like, I remember seeing Planet of the Apes. My parents were huge movie buffs, so when in 1968, when From Russia with Love came out, my parents were like, we're going to see that. They would take us to the movies. I never thought about who the director was. I just went on this amazing journey. I saw 2001 in the theater 20 times because my dad was so blown away by it. And I think, honestly, I want to say, interestingly enough, it ended up being Jaws was probably the first movie where the director got a tremendous amount of notoriety, and that was, we all know, it was like technically the first big blockbuster. Then from that point on, you had all these magazines, and Fantastique, and Fangoria, and Famous Monsters, and they celebrated the directors. So all of a sudden, we knew who David Cronenberg was, and we knew who John Landis was, and we knew who Tom was, and Charlie, and Wes, and all of a sudden Sean Cunningham. We would have never known who those people were if it hadn't been for these magazines that celebrated horror. So for a lot of us, I really think for once the media fucking did something right by celebrating the talents of these directors that we then couldn't get enough of. The first 10 issues of Fangoria was I remember it was Godzilla was on the first episode, and it was an article about Dawn of the Dead. And then you get to like issue 10 or 11, and it was The Thing, and the American Werewolf in London, and The Howling. And all of a sudden, those directors and those special effects people were a household name. And a lot of it was because the media celebrated their talent. And thank God that they did, because a lot of you wouldn't be here, and a lot of us might not be here if those people's talents wasn't celebrated.
I have to, Wilson, jump in quickly. Famous Monsters, the film, the predecessor,
Yeah.
Corey Ackerman's magazine. So as a kid in Italy, I'm looking at this and trying to connect the dots. Today it's easy. You go online, and the machine tells you everything and more. But there was a time, and some of you weren't around during that time, where you didn't know shit about any of this stuff. You didn't understand until you paid attention to who the director's name was, and oh, I like that. And for me, briefly, as a kid growing up in Italy in the 60s, I started discovering Marvel Comics, and I thought they were magic. Because I was reading DC and the usual Superman and all that kind of stuff, and then suddenly these real human type characters came in Fantastic Four and Spider-Man, and I thought, gee, this is really magical. I would buy these comics on the only newsstand in Rome that sold them. But I was trying to figure out how come I like this art and I didn't like that art. And early on, there's a point I'm going to make if I can get there quickly.
You're good.
Early on, Stan Lee, who became a friend over many years, published something at the back of the magazine called Stan Lee's Soapbox. And what he did for the first time, because no one was doing this in comic book land, is say, hey, Jack Kirby is the name of the artist who did Fantastic Four, and he's going to be doing Hulk, and Steve Ditko did Spider-Man, and he began to pull us into the backstage of the comic book world. And that made all sort of sense, because again, you couldn't go online and ask Google shit, right? So you had to kind of figure out this information. So I took this briefly and did something which, it's a terrible story, So we were distributed in the early 90s. Full Moon was distributed by Paramount. And, you know, they were nice enough people, but they were really miserly with the meetings, and we can't do this and afford that. And we were doing really well with Full Moon, all the movies, and Subspecies, and Puppet Master. Right in the beginning, I came in having one of these meetings where there were 2 of us and about 18 of them. This is when home video was on fire. They were making a bloody fortune. And I miss those times because that helped a lot of us make movies. And now the world kind of sucks in a way, the digital world. Anyway, so I said, I have an idea. I'm going to create a video magazine to put at the end of every one of my movies. This is VHS days, right? Yeah. And they said, what are you talking about? I said, well, you know, fans want to see stuff and understand stuff. They want to know what's going on with the directors and the special effects guys and how things were working behind scenes. They said, well, but, you know, how do we monetize this? I said, no, there's no monetize. It's just fan stuff. So anyway, we convinced them. I think they charged us an extra 10 cents for every tape because it was more tape at the end of the VHS. Then we had to let people know, which took a while, that after the end credits of the movie, if you can wind down, it begins this half-hour, 20-minute video magazine. And it was hugely popular. It was the first guy to do that. Later on DVD, there were, you know, all the special value, or whatever it's called, special features. But that was a complete inspiration from Stan Lee's soap operas, because as a fan, I didn't know shit. And it was great to understand how these things were put together. I don't know why we're talking about this.
It's great.
What was the question?
Well, the question, you're answering it great, but for people of a certain age, my 2 best friends are here, Chad in the back, we loved those things at the end. Adam, I bet you watched some of that stuff, absolutely.
I totally did, which is why special features have always been so important to the movies I do with Aeroscope. Like we have to make those, because the distributors kind of stop caring at a certain point. They're like, if you want to pay for that stuff and make it, we'll stick it on the disc, but we don't really need it. And that's the saddest thing about streaming is, well, a couple of things. Like, just speaking personally, like, pretty much everywhere the Hatchet films are streaming, they're censored. They're, like, cut to shit. And that's how most people are watching them. But if you have the Blu-rays, it's all the gore, and then, like, usually at least 90 minutes of bonus stuff. But that bonus stuff, learning how people did stuff on my way up, really helped. And PBS. Like that making of Star Wars special that was like 30 minutes long and like was it, I don't know, 80 or something like that, but then seeing the miniatures and like how they did the whole thing, like that stuff was so helpful to learn. So hopefully you guys still collect physical media, but those special features and commentaries are everything.
Absolutely. Let's give it up for physical media. Who has our next question? We roll right along. Sorry.
Just for any of you guys that want to answer, what horror movie specifically made y'all truly inspired to create your own?
I'll repeat it for you, Tom. What horror movies really were the one, I asked this question like the bug that bit you, what horror film, in particular, one horror film that just like, oh my God, that's the most amazing thing I've ever saw?
Oh my God. Depends how old I was. The last one I felt like that was 1979 with Alien.
Yeah.
The first one I felt like that was Them, 1954. That's the giant ants in the desert that killed off. I was in love Strange Planet. Visit to Hello. What's probably the robot? What's the name?
Forbidden Planet.
Forbidden Planet. I can go through and unpack my brain enough to remember them. I've just been in love with sci-fi, fantasy, horror since I can remember. You know, and I mean, I went through a very difficult period when I became a hot director after Fright Night, and the entire Hollywood community told me to get out of horror as quick as I could. That's the truth. Yeah. It's a redheaded stepchild. He was talking about that. And I ended up making Fatal Beauty. Anybody know Fatal Beauty?
Yeah.
A few people, not very many. Okay, I'll tell you something right there. That's Whoopi Goldberg and Sam Elliott. Second movie I ever directed, but I didn't direct because I was in love with it. I directed it because everybody in Hollywood told me I couldn't do horror. So I'd never get out of horror, and horror was my love. And I was like totally fucking confused. 1984. You know, and then I made a terrible mistake and I did a little movie called Child's Play. And then it was all over.
I love my job. Mr. Brandon.
Horror movies?
One in
Inspired-
particular, yeah.
One in
I
particular.
mean, it doesn't have to be just one.
Okay. As a little, well, there were two. My dad made movies, so I grew up on a movie set, very blessed to be there during all that. He took us to Europe, he made spaghetti westerns, he made epics. I played the son of Steve Reeves, which I hated because I didn't like being in front of the camera. I learned quickly I want to be like the guys behind, anyway. However, so we would go back to the States as a family, and I was 5 or 6, and he said, "Do you want to stay up till 1 in the morning and see a movie called Frankenstein?" I was kind of aware of it, and remember, you guys, a lot of you guys don't know what it was like to be in a period of time where you cannot watch anything on command. You couldn't push a button and see it. It didn't exist. So if you wanted to watch a particular movie, you had to wait till it came on late night on TV, and they usually cut the crap out of it, or at some revival house. The movies on command, everything on command, everything in here, none of that existed. You were just like the way we were, underfed blind humans. Movies. But anyway, he said, stay up till 1 in the morning to watch Frankenstein. It was a big deal. My dad was a fantastic father, and 1 in the morning for a little kid. And my brother, who's 2 years younger, who does a lot of my music, who's a really wonderful composer, he was not allowed to, so he was pissed off. Anyway, so I stayed up till 1 in the morning, and that movie freaked me out because it was the concept of putting dead bodies together and bringing them to life. It was just unbelievable. So that was the first experience I thought, I read those kind of movies. I mean, I didn't think that back then. I just wanted to see more movies like Frankenstein.
Thank you. Adam?
John Carpenter's Halloween was like the first one that I really remember falling in love with. But the first slasher movie, because I know Halloween is considered a slasher movie these days, but the original is perfect. And what all came after it was just a little different. But Friday the 13th Part 2, I remember I had an older brother who showed it to me, and he was freaked out because I wasn't. I just thought Jason was the coolest thing ever. What is under that pillowcase? I just want to see his face. And then at the end when he jumped through, it was just the happiest moment ever. But then he showed me The Thing, because I was all in at that point, and my parents were like, we don't care, let him see it. And the first act with the dogs and the sound design of the dogs all screaming and being, I was crying so bad that I didn't watch another horror movie for 5 years, because my parents were like, that's it, you're done. I got cut off so bad. But to this day, I have such a hard time. Anything with animal violence, I can't. That's my breaking point.
And you saw those on VHS, right?
VHS,
Yeah.
So people know that.
Yeah, people,
Not a
I
problem.
love it.
But that's not unusual.
No, but people deserve it half the time. The animals never deserve it. So,
I would say Jaws for sure and Dawn of the Dead. Those are my two that go back and forth. But to add to a couple things that the guys were saying, before home video existed, you would buy a Super 8 condensed version of Frankenstein Meets the Wolfman or The Seventh Voyage of Sinbad. I still have all of my Super 8 movies. And it was 8 minutes, so it was basically the greatest hits. So you would watch them, you'd put the sheet up on the wall and you'd watch it, then you'd watch it in reverse. And then you'd watch it, we watched Creature with Black Lagoon, and he'd jump into the water with Julie Addington, and he'd jump back out of the water. But it was just, you couldn't study it enough. And so for me, that was really an introduction for horror movies for me, even before, but again, I feel really fortunate because I'm 61 years old, and I was born at a time where I saw every one of these movies in the theater. I saw Dawn of the Dead in the theater. I saw The Thing in the theater. My girlfriend almost vomited in The Thing. She was so mad at me. But the most interesting thing about that, and again, talking about perceptions, about what Tom was saying, I worked with John a lot. And John said to me, we were shooting in the Mouth of Madness, and we were in the car going to a strip club, actually. Not the guy to go to a strip club with, because if someone's going to fuck with you and try to beat your ass, you look over and I'm dead. Because he's not, he doesn't have my back. Anyway, look, we were I'll tell you.
Tell us all.
Let me finish my other story. John told me, and a lot of you probably noticed, when The Thing came out, huge flop because it came out the same summer as E.T. and everybody went, why the fuck would you make that movie when we all love E.T.? And John's like, I'm a filmmaker. That's the story I wanted to tell. I wanted to tell a story that was about suspense and mystery and paranoia. So, in an effort to not redeem himself, but to basically say to Hollywood, fuck you, I'm going to prove that I can make and tell any kind of story I wanted, he made Starman. Starman was his next movie that got Jeff Bridges a fucking Academy Award. I don't know if he win or nominated.
He's nominated.
But so again, directors are storytellers, and it's how people perceive it. And before we're done, I'm going to go on my 2-minute rant about Rotten Tomatoes and box office predictions.
Save that for the end.
I'm going to save it for the end. But I mean, what's really interesting, and Tom said that too, which is you had a movie and you put your heart and soul into this. This is the story I want to tell, and it's Kurt Russell, and there's no women in it, and it's just bleak, and people are dying, and it's paranoia, and you don't know who to trust. But that's the movie he wanted to make, and everybody shit on it. And of course, I was there opening night in the theater, like, this is the greatest movie I've ever seen in my life. And, you know, back then, the last thing I'll say, and I'll turn it back over to the next question, is as a horror fan growing up, you had to work at it. We had to work at it. You had to do the research. You had to find out, you know, Super 8 movies. And you talked to Frank Darabont and Quentin Tarantino and Tom Hanks, who loves Ray Harryhausen. All of us, I always joke that all horror fans and filmmakers all have the same scar because we were all connected at birth. And at one point we were all just separate. It's something very, very small that pushes you into being a writer, being an effects guy, or being a director. I know you talked to me about, like, you were into effects for a long time because they were like, I just want to make movies. How do I get into making movies? Getting into being a director is difficult, so sometimes you find your way in. It's with special effects, or it's with writing, or producing, or whatever. But you had to put in the work. And sadly, it's not earned today like it was earned then. That's why the filmmakers at this table and the filmmakers that you guys are all celebrating this weekend, they put in the work to make a good movie. Look, even if the movie wasn't good, you'll always find something redeeming about it. And that's part of what's fun about movies. Movies don't have to be great. They have to be entertaining. And that's, you know, the thing that a lot of people... That's a lot of people forget that now because box office expectations, not making expectations, so don't go see it. Fuck you. Go see it.
Also, when a movie opens huge, it's not because it's necessarily so good. Like, the people who all went to see it that weekend hadn't already seen it yet. It was just like how much money was spent on marketing it, or like what the groundswell was, or what, is it a sequel, is it based on an IP? So to put everything on that, and it's like, oh, that movie was a bomb because it did. Look at like the original Evil Dead. That didn't like blow up the box office or something. Now it's like we revere it. It's like one of the most important movies ever. So like I agree with you. This whole focus on opening weekend, and that's the one good thing about streaming. It's not necessarily about an opening weekend. There's like a long haul to it now where people can continue to find the stuff, which is good. I just wish people still bought physical media for the special features.
And went to the theater. And went to the theater, of course.
All right, I got to jump in with a couple stories because they're apropos.
Please.
Let's see. Did you do Intruder?
Yep.
Okay, I killed Sam Raimi. You know, we're still
Yeah.
good friends. In that
Yeah.
movie. Okay, I just want to make sure.
I made his fake bet.
Good. All right. Anyway, so John Carpenter's story. John and I go back to literally day one. He edited under a different name my first movie. We stay close ever since. And many adventures, and we had dinner recently. We're cooking up something which I'm sworn to secrecy, so I'm sorry.
And we won't tell a soul.
But there's a good story. So way back in the day, I'm making a movie called Tourist Trap. And John at the same time is preparing a movie called The Babysitter Murders. And you know, John, I grew up in Italy. We have dinner, right? And I'll order a little wine and a salad, and John lit up a cigarette and wants coffee. This is the way he began dinner, you know. So we had this whole dialogue. And I said, you know, we're distributed by the same distributor, Compass International, Irwin Yablans. And this is before I was able to do my own distribution, because I quickly learned if If not, you get super fucked. So you have to kind of control your own limits. Anyway, I'm making Tourist Trap, and I said, John, I heard from Erwin that you're doing Babysitter Murders, and he's also involved in finance. And that's true. He said, yes. I said, well, because we're kind of, not competition, because that was silly. I said, well, what is your budget? Now, these numbers will sound like a lot today for low-budget movies, because back then it was all heavy lifting and cameras and film, and you couldn't take a little video camera and fool around. He said, my budget's almost $300,000. Really? He said, what's your budget? I said, almost $400,000. This was the true numbers. And I said, well, who's in your movie? He said, kind of unknowns. I said, well, I've got Chuck Connors. Anyway, so this is the setting, right? So now he's shooting and I'm shooting. There was one day where we were blocks away from each other. He said, Charlie, you got to come down and see my shoot. And I said, as long as you come see my shoot with Chuck Connors. He said, it's going to be terrific. He said, I got this new thing. It's called the Steadicam. And anyway, so I go there and he's showing me how this contraption works. And then he comes to my set. And anyway, dissolved. It's some months later. And these movies were released very close to each other. And Tourist Trap was released. It got well reviewed. It's been liked over decades, but it wasn't a big hit. And I thought, John is so fucked with the baby. Who's going to see the Babysitter Murders? So I go to the office of Erwin Yabon, whose brother is Frank Yabon, who ran Paramount. They both worked for me many years later. They hated each other. That's another story. Anyway, I go to Erwin's office. He said, Charlie, I'm really troubled about John's movie. I said, I've come up with a different title. What do you think? And he had a piece of rough art. And he said, how about Halloween? And John will admit this, that absolutely made a massive difference. He could market it that way. It was titled Holiday. And end of story, Halloween was a mega hit and launched his career and so many others. And Tourist Trap did okay. That's it.
I love it. Thank you for that. All right, who has our next question? Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so say this weekend. Okay.
That's a really big ass question. Yeah, I mean, yeah.
Would you like to have had an opportunity to direct and put your own stamp on it?
Yeah.
And it's anything. It doesn't have to be horror. It could be fantasy. It could be drama, comedy, whatever.
Okay. We're going to go this direction.
Yeah. What movie would you have dreamed to, if you could have directed any movie, you wish you could have directed that movie?
Shining.
Yeah. Love
So you would have done it differently?
Huh?
You would have done it differently, or just because you wanted to?
That's just a great horror movie.
Yeah.
He hates it, but it's a great horror movie. That was the first Steadicam. It was because of The Shining that I did Child's Play. If I hadn't known about a low boy rig on a Steadicam, I never would have attempted Child's Play. I knew I'd get away with Child's Play because if the doll didn't work, I could cut to a moving point of view. It was only about 2.5, 3 feet off the ground. And anybody who saw the Trilogy of Terror and Prey knows what I'm talking about.
Yep.
So that's why I made Child's Play.
I've been happy to stick to my own small movies.
And I'll say one other thing.
Yes, sir.
When I did Psycho 2, we had Dean Cundy as the cinematographer.
Right.
Because the thing had been such a disaster, he couldn't get a job.
That's crazy.
That's Hollywood for you.
That's crazy.
No, I was just saying that I've been happy in my small little subgenre, and I can't imagine. I'd pick The Shining. I'd pick, I don't know, Jurassic Park, weird movies, but no, that's not my. It's not my world, so I couldn't even pretend to be making those movies. I'm happy with a lot of the movies I've made.
I agree with Charlie. I've always just wanted to do my own thing. I was never really chasing, I have to do a studio movie by this age, or I have to win like an Oscar. Like, as soon as you're typing exterior Honey Island Swamp Night, you're not winning an Oscar. But maybe I misunderstood the question, but if there was a movie that I wish I had gotten to make, I hadn't never really thought of still right now, but I think it would have been the Nightmare on Elm Street remake, because I was meeting at Platinum Dunes about something completely different, And then they're like, we're thinking about rebooting, because at the time they were just rebooting everything. And I was like, look, if you're going to do this, I think a new twist on Freddy. And I thought they were going to do it when I saw the trailer. And I was so excited, but they didn't. But I was like, it needs to be that the parents that burned him alive got the wrong guy. And that's why he's doing this. But, and it seemed, because there was that shot in the trailer and the Molotov cocktails are coming in and Jackie Earle Haley's going, I didn't do it, and I was like, oh, they're gonna, no. And then I was also like, he can't look like the Freddy that we all knew before. He shouldn't look like a goblin. And I was showing them images of real burn survivors, and like there's this one email, maybe you guys have seen it, that used to go around. It was like, I don't remember the name, but it was like, this is Jessica getting ready for the prom. This is Jessica dancing at the prom. This is the car after they were drinking and driving. And it was no eyelids anymore. Parents have to put, like, it was so hard to look at. I'm like, that's what he needs to look. He needs to be so horrifying to look at. The audience can't look. And then they just would stop. It's way too dark. I'm like, too dark. I make sitcoms and shit. Like, but so I wish I could have done that, because it would have been. Anyway.
Great.
Yeah, that's a really tough question, because you have to also think about the movies that you've seen that you liked. You like them for their visual aesthetic. Like I think about movies that, like, I would say almost a perfect movie is Jim Cameron's Aliens. Aliens is almost a perfect movie because he uses every trick in the book. He's got rear screen projections, he's got miniatures, he's got guys in suits, he's got all this stuff. And I loved the way that he used his, he was an art director. Jim Cameron worked for Roger Corman as an art director. That's how he learned how to be a director. He directed the Piranha movie. So he used what he learned in his low budget roots. And that's kind of intriguing to me. The idea that they made that movie for what, like $7 million or something? Like, it's ridiculous how much money Aliens cost to make. But he had to be clever. So when I look at a movie like that, or War of the Worlds, the George Powell War of the Worlds, love that movie. And again, I mean, I like movies that utilize every trick in the book, and you have to understand miniatures and lighting and rear screen projection. So a lot of that stuff for me, I would probably pick a movie. But then again, then you read the book, like Jurassic. So you said Jurassic Park. I love the book of Jurassic Park, and I just watched something on YouTube that was somebody saying, "Oh, in the original book, there's copies eating a baby out of a crib," and I'm like, I don't remember that.
They eat John Hammond though.
Yeah, and it was like anyway. So part of it for me is it's not necessarily that I would take a movie and remake it, or wish I had made it. But there's a lot of movies that I've seen that I wish were made more closer to either the source material or a movie like I worked on this movie that Miramax did called Phantoms, based on a Dean Koontz book. It was a great book, one of the scariest books. I worked on it. It was Peter O'Toole was in it, and Matt, not Matt Damon.
Ben Affleck.
Ben Affleck, and I think Rose McGowan was in it.
Rose McGowan. It's got a killer cast at the time.
It's got a great cast, and I love that book. And I had always wanted to see that movie made, and I was really sad with how it turned out. So, again, I mean, we've all had opportunities like, the rights are available, like, would you remake this movie? I would love to remake Phantoms. I don't think anybody can see it, but I remember the sensation I had when I watched the movie and when I read the book. So that's a really hard question, because we're already sort of pregnant with the visuals of what we've seen.
Okay, I buy a lot of shit, and if you don't mind, Mr. Nicotero, do your rant.
Adam can jump in on this. So, when I was younger, growing up, and sometimes you'd read reviews, but as a horror fan or as a movie fan, you don't care what the reviewer says. If it's a movie that interests you, go see it. Just go see it. But now what they do is they predict how much the movie's going to make. This movie's predicted to make $20 million. So what they do before the movie comes out is they tell you if it's going to perform or underperform. So what they're doing, in essence, is sabotaging the actual industry, which I feel that these media sites that say, oh, this movie's underperforming, it's only going to make 20 million, it's not going to make 30 million. The general public goes, well, then I'm not going to go see that because it's not going to be any good. They're telling me it's not good. So it's a self-perpetuating prophecy where they're killing their own industry by writing these reviews. And again, let's just be honest. When we were young, it was Roger Ebert. They were people that were trained, trained professionals, that were trained journalists.
And Roger Ebert hated most of the stuff that we love.
Except us. But now you have
baby
the
rant after your
rant.
Okay.
Keep ranting. Rotten Tomatoes is based on reviews from people who just want to shit on everything that's out there. And the sad part about it is it keeps people out of the theaters. So what I want to say is, if there's a movie that's coming out that you want to see, don't read anything about it. Don't read the review. Just go see it. And look, it might be shit, or it might be great. You'll still get something out of it. You'll get something out of it. But that drives me absolutely insane because our industry is dwindling. And it's dwindling fast. And pretty soon, people aren't going to go to the movies anymore, no matter how much we fight, and we will keep fighting the fight. But movie theaters are closing. People aren't going to go to the theater. And I relished the day when I saw Alien in the theater, and I saw Dawn of the Dead in the theater, and I saw American Werewolf in London in the theater, because it's a communal experience. You're experiencing with all these other people that are all screaming and laughing all at the same time. So my advice is just go to the movies, please.
Preach.
Baby.
Please. You have earned it.
But this is the other problem. That's why this is going to end as a very depressing end. All right, so the movies people love, the movies that people are wearing shirts, most of these were essentially direct-to-video hits. Okay, yes, Halloween did play theatrically, and we were talking about Aliens and the A-list movies, but a lot of these movies became very successful and were watched a billion times because people went to their local video store. The problem today, and I've been in the business like a long ass time, and I started the first direct-to-video home video company on planet Earth. Second, actually, there was one called Mag Video, and I was Vita Home Entertainment. So I've been through all these different waves. Back then it was Betamax and VHS, and eventually DVD and Blu-ray, and that all disappeared, and Blockbuster closed, and streaming became a thing. Streaming is super fucked up the business, even though Netflix, to their credit, they're still number one. They make a ton of money. They invented the business. Here's the problem. So as a young filmmaker, not so young filmmaker, mature filmmaker, when the video business was happening, it was a totally even playing field. People would go to the video store. They wanted to see a horror movie. And if you had a relatively cool horror movie as a low-budget film, it was right there next to Aliens and Terminator. There was Puppet Master. People, there was one shelf. There wasn't 9 different versions of the Blockbuster. You didn't have to go to 12 different sites to figure shit out. It was one shelf or one section, horror, sci-fi, and I was lucky enough in many of my movies to be on that shelf. It helped to have Paramount as a distributor, but people loved a lot of these movies. And a lot of these movies that everyone reveres today were really direct-to-video hits. Today that doesn't exist. Today you've got endless streaming sites. Companies, including Shudder, are losing billions of dollars. No one's making any money except Netflix. And as the public, what do you have to do? You got to subscribe to, what, 8 of them? And then let's just say an independent movie is lucky enough to get on Amazon, okay? And we have a lot of movies on Amazon. Well, unless it's in the top, 2 or 3
Gets
rows,
buried.
you're not going to watch it. You're not going to. Well, some people scroll down to the bottom and they die because it's fucking endless master. What are we going to watch? But that's just Amazon. Then you got to go to Paramount Plus. You got to go to Hulu. You got to go to Netflix. That did not exist back in the direct-to-video days. And last but not least, then there was money. Okay, so you made a small movie. It was well made. It got on the video store shelves. People liked it. You shipped 40, 50, 60,000 Blu-rays or DVDs, or before that VHSs. And 60 days later, you got a check. You got actually a check for your physical delivery of the goods. Today, it's like 4 cents a view. It's very complicated, and you're on Tubi. And Tubi, you get a little bit of the ad revenue, and you wait for your checks, and it's 9 cents instead of 7 a view. Or, I'm just saying, not to get super depressed about it, but that's the super problem today for young filmmakers. I'm lucky I have a library, and I was early on in this business, but it still sucks. The problem is, how do you get your super cool movie like the ones you're talking about? Yeah, it's on Shudder, but you don't have many people watching Shudder. Not that many. But how do you get? Yeah, he's watching.
This group is watching Shudder.
Yeah. I'm just saying, it's Shudder is one of. I mean, I don't know how you would rank it. You know, I mean, on the chart, it's Netflix being number 1, maybe it's number 22.
They don't pay anything.
They don't pay. It's a great character. They don't pay. Right. Well, they pay so much. But anyway, that's the problem. That's the problem. And hopefully that changes, because all these filmmakers that we love and all these movies that were direct-to-video hits would not have been made if the financing didn't work. You can spend money and have a good hope and a prayer of getting your money back if you had a little direct-to-video hit. The video store show, anyway.
And when
Baby Rat.
Everything Charlie just said, but to end this on a high note, like we're kind of preaching to the choir here, because like if you're at Scarefest, like you're not the problem. Like you guys probably love physical media. You guys are here supporting and celebrating this genre with us. There's I don't know what 30,000, 40,000 people that are through here this weekend, and now these conventions are happening all over the country. Every weekend there's another one, and so I'm just thank you, because you're the ones keeping this alive. Like with every dollar you spend.
Thank you.
And I want to say thank you. I want to give a quick plug that Bonehead Weekly will be doing a live taping right after this, but I want you to please stand and please thank these gentlemen for giving me that class.
Yeah!
Thank you.
And if you see any of them, pat them on the back too. Because without them, it would be chaos in here. And lastly, thank you for coming. Because without you, there's no show. So I appreciate you all being here, and I hope to see you for years and years and years to come. Because if Brandon has it his way, this is going to be the biggest show in the universe.
So I held on to that, and it was a really rough period. And then, this is a long, stupid story.
No, it's fascinating.
But we don't have that much time. So at the end of the day, I heard about Netflix. I understood what it was. I used to get DVDs and Blu-rays in the mail from Netflix. That's what Netflix was, if you guys remember that. And suddenly they got this streaming thing, and I understood what it was. I thought, great, I got to do this full-blown streaming. So I did the streaming thing. It was very difficult. No one, we were like the third on earth doing streaming. And tell them to shut up next door.
Actually, can we have somebody close the door over there?
Probably be helpful.
Yeah, let's have that. Oh, thank you so much. She should be nice. I got her tickets for this weekend.
Okay. So anyway, I understood what it was. Back then, they didn't have any, what they have today, you can become a streaming company overnight. Now, you don't make any money because that business sucks, and it's billions of dollars, and everyone's fucked. That's another story. Okay, let me do it. I'll go to conventions. I'll try to explain to people how you sign up. They'll be able to watch full moon streaming. I'm putting you to sleep, I can tell you. It's been a long time.
He's actually, he's a big fan. He comes
No,
here
no,
every
I
year.
just was looking at you, and I thought, I hope it's not boring.
I'm actually very big fan.
Okay. We'll see when you fall over. I did the streaming thing. It was super hard work. We went to shows, and you know, this is back when no one understood what streaming was. So I had to talk to people. You would say, we have this channel, okay, it's got about 200 movies, cool. Here's how you do it. You give me your credit card. What? You know, the first thing was like, and then how does that work? I said, well, every month we're going to bill you $6.99. Anyway, it was incredibly difficult to convince people to do the streaming thing, even though Netflix was coming alive. They were the first. And then one day, out of the blue, I'm kind of getting to the money thing. One day out of the blue, I get a call from someone from Amazon saying, hey, I'm so-and-so. We're starting this division. It's called Adam Subscription. If you're a Prime member, we're going to people who have already libraries. In your case, we love your full moon streaming. This guy was a fan, right? I mean, we had 800 subscribers, which is like death. We couldn't pay Cappuccino budget for the month for 800 subscribers. Not sure, but very little money. I said, that sounds great. And I said, well, what do we do? I thought, he said, well, we'll make a deal, and then you got to deliver. By then we had 400 movies up. You have to deliver the movies. Now, delivering movies is always a chore. It's the negative, the thing, and the metadata, and the thing, and the artwork. So each one takes a bunch of time, and we had 400 to deliver. So I delivered real fast, and I figured, well, if Amazon's getting into the streaming business, then that could be good. We were starving, no money. Video stores dead, selling shit, right? And so we did the deal with Amazon. It took 3 months then for us to deliver and get all the movies up. And that was, I remember, it was the end of the year, and like all wonderful big companies that they don't steal your money, but they have all the tricks. They account to you 60 days after the quarter. So if we had made money in January of the year, we wouldn't get the money till May. All right, that's not great, but hopefully it'll be, no dialogue. They didn't give any predictions. Said, well, what do you think? I had 900 subscribers on my little full moon streaming, homegrown streaming site. They said, we can't tell you, but deliver and it'll go well. They had 40 different young companies that were part of this add-on subscription deal. We were the only horror company. Eventually there were others. Anyway, bottom line is we're delivering, we're on Amazon, full moon features, looks cool. And we're now in May when I'm waiting for this frickin' statement, to come through to know. I figured, well, if we have by then 1,000 subscribers on our little, app, maybe they'll have 2,000 subscribers. And by now, other companies were coming along. Netflix was growing. This is like 9 years ago or something. So I got the statement. I'm sitting with my now wife, Robin, and we're looking at on my phone this big, and the statement has a million little numbers. I'm trying to just see what money is coming to me. What's the bottom line? How much money? How many subscribers? Anyway, it was 12,000 subscribers, and the check was like a fatty. It was going to be good. Hey,
What do you mean fatty?
in a monetary way.
Okay.
Yes. So the point is that turned my life around. Now we had Amazon behind us, and I kept making it. It kind of brought the business down. For some years, there was no money. There were no video stores. There was nothing. And this is the same story I could tell going back to the 70s when the only money came in was from theatrical tickets from rental, when I was the B side of a double bill on movies that went to drive-ins and movie theaters. That was the only revenue source. You want to know about money? I can give you an hour of money. But you have to, you have to be on top of it and stay ahead. Otherwise, it's over. You don't know what to do. You're kind of out of luck. So yeah, it's been a lot of permutations of. But they're the same movie. I'm making the same movie I made 50 years ago. Fun little entertainments. They don't pretend to be anything else.
Saturday is winding down. People are hanging out, vibing, getting ready for more fun tonight. You know how it is at Saturdays. at the cons, travelers. It is just tons and tons of people hanging out and just really basking in the day that they had. There's still a lot more to go. We have another full day and people are still doing their photo ops down there. Man, I've just really had a blast. I've exceeded every single expectation for Scarefest this weekend, and there's more fun to have. Okay, travelers, that does it here for Saturday, or most of Saturday. You know how it goes on this channel. Didn't really get too many of the vendors, but you know, that is for tomorrow when there's less of a crowd. I want to make sure to get the awesome panels because they had a stacked lineup that I couldn't miss, guys. It was absolutely fantastic. There's still a little more left to go. There's some after parties going on. There's also the Talk Scary to Me live showing. I may show up there, but we'll see how that goes, travelers. But until then, catch you a little bit later. Good afternoon, travelers. We are back here at Scarefest Weekend for Sunday. I'm on the way to the Scream panel. There's another panel that I want to go to, which will be basically the Hatchet panel. But I'm trying to get there early for Scream because, of course, you know, the Scream cast brings out the crowds. So hopefully I will be lucky to get in and get some good footage for you all. Well, travelers, no dice in regards to the Scream panel. I'm a bit disappointed, as I'm sure you are as well. You know, as a media member, you expect to get the media privilege to actually document every aspect of the con, and that's one of the cons, well, no pun intended, in regards to this convention that I'm running into, because, you know, we're treated almost as general admission, which I understand, but, you know, if the whole aspect is to document and talk about the con, that should be a benefit for us press members. But that's neither here nor there. I'm still going to enjoy my time here at Scarefest, and we're going to enjoy the rest of the con and see what else we have for us to get into, travelers. Hey guys, we have the Western Kentucky Ghostbusters in the house. And one thing I love about the Ghostbusters fandom is you see all types of cool groups from all over the country, and they love to represent. And one thing that they all have in common is they have their charity work, which is a very important thing. I absolutely love it, guys. So they have a cool game here in which will benefit the UK Healthcare Kentucky Children's Hospital. So that's very awesome, guys. And we have some more cool stuff from their display here. Hey, how's it going? So they have a donation raffle for an autograph photo, which all proceeds benefit the UK Children's Hospital. Again, guys, that's one of the great things about the Ghostbusters groups from all over the country. I go to cons like all over, and these groups are like super cool, full of like amazing fans, and they use their time to actually benefit and show all the cool things that, you know, the Ghostbusters fandom has to offer, because that's one of the cool things about that, you know, the plot of the Ghostbusters films. They were there to serve their particular city, which was of course New York, but you know, you have all these different Ghostbusters chapters, I should say, that are definitely doing the good work. Guys, check out this art here from Compact Collective. All of our favorites, you know, you got some Pennywise here, of course, Art, Candyman, Jason, The Bride, you got the Wolfman, you got the Creature from the Black Lagoon, all of our favorites, guys. Very, very awesome artwork, guys. And of course, you have video game favorites here. We have like the Halo stuff, we have the anime stuff. That's why I tell people, you know, no matter what type of fan you are, generally you're gonna find some awesome artwork or some sort of cool item that really fits your fandom. So guys, if you're interested and want to check out more, you can find Compact Collective right there. You know what to do. Guys, we're at the booth here of Bittersweet Haven. I was captivated by their display and everything. I mean, if you're into very cool, dark aesthetics, but very bright at the same time, it definitely fits what you need, guys. This is super, super cool. And let me go ahead and give you the information while I'm right here. Of course, you can find them on Etsy, Instagram, Facebook, and Twitter. But just to give you an idea of what is offered, of course, you got the ever popular plushies. You know, who doesn't need good plushies nowadays? You got mouse pads, keychains, art prints, stickers, and the such, guys. Even coloring books. You are covered on all bases. Like, look at that. That's like very cool, guys. And they have different sizes, of course. Like, check out the bigger ones here. Those are like super adorable, guys. And of course, get the dark person in your life, something very colorful but still fitting their energy, guys. I love these. They're very, very cool, guys. I absolutely know a few travelers that would absolutely enjoy these in your household. So guys, if you want more, go ahead and make sure to check them out. Here's another QR code. Alright. Guys, we are here at Holiday Stained Glass Studio. I walked past this booth on Friday, so I want to make sure to give you guys some actual footage here for the vlog. Like, look at these awesome stained glass designs here. Of course, you know, the creature, who doesn't love that? And for those of you that love the UFO vibes, or Art the Clown, or if you're into Silent Hill, they make sure to have all the cool stuff that we horror fans would enjoy. So I wanted to show you guys a little bit of what they had. I mean, that Michael Myers one, check out. Oh, very, very cool, guys. So if you want to find more information, make sure to follow them on Instagram right there. Holiday Stained Glass Studio, guys. Very fine prep videos, guys. Check it out. They have some very, very awesome effects here, guys. You got the hand here, small fingers. You got the little children's feet here. Very nice, guys. I love even the lampshade there. I think Ed Gein would definitely approve. Very cool, guys. So make sure to check out Very Fine Crap videos. Guys, you will remember the Nightmare Vixen booth from my Creepy Con in Knoxville video. Awesome products, and you know, they have a very cool booth generally. So of course, I'm glad to see that they're continuing it, selling things such as t-shirts. You know, you got the mini tumblers, you got the gnomes. Love it. Okay, travelers, we are at this very cool booth here. It's definitely caught my attention. So could you tell me a little bit about what you have here?
So yeah, I make card games, and my most popular one's called Don't Get Stabbed.
Cool.
So it's kind of like a horror movie and a card game. So
okay.
You have one person who's the killer, everyone else is victims. You know who the killer is. It's not like a secret or anything.
Okay.
So as you're playing, everyone takes turns drawing cards.
Okay.
And if you're a victim, if you get stabbed 3 times, you're dead and you're out of the game. But you want to avoid getting stabbed, so you're going to do stuff like use Kung Fu to block the stab. Or maybe you decide to use another player as a human shield, make them get stabbed instead of you.
Nice.
And as you're playing, you're trying to find these combo cards that have these horror movie tropes on them. Because when you get 2 of them, you can trade them in for a car card.
Okay.
And if the victims are able to spell out the word car, and either still alive, escape, and they win the game.
Oh, cool.
But if you're playing as a killer, the killer gets to use the other side of these cards.
Okay.
So they get to do things like put victims in traps, steal cards from them, basically make it kind of harder for them to survive.
Right.
But then if the killer gets a stab card, they get to put it back in the deck wherever they want. So you can target someone to stab them, get out of the game. The killer wins if they manage to kill everybody.
Nice, nice. That seems like very fun, guys. Like, for those of you that are really into games, and I know you travelers are definitely out there, guys. Too bad that you can't be here to actually take advantage of the Scarefest special with the game and the plushie for $35. But if you can't be here and you wanted to check out Don't Get Scabbed, where would you go to?
You can go to rookiemage.com, or we're also on Amazon.
Awesome, rookiemage.com. And I see right here they even have a QR code where you can take advantage and go check out Don't Get Stabbed, guys. That saves like a lot of fun, travelers. So check them out. Guys, we are here at the booth of Rumor Magazine, the world's #1 horror mag. They've been around since, I believe, 1997, and they've been keeping up the good fight with keeping print alive. So guys, if you are interested, you know what to do for subscriptions or if you want to follow them on Instagram, Facebook, or YouTube, you know what to do, guys. Check out Room Org. Guys, check out this concept. Ted's Custom Gumball Emporium. So travelers, if you're someone that has a sweet tooth and you want to have something very cool in your house, you know, to give out some good goodies to your guests, check out these custom gumball machines, guys. Check out this Sam from Trick or Treat one. Guys, this Michael Myers one here. Very nice, guys. This is something extremely unique. And I check out that They Live one with the iconic Rowdy Roddy Piper there. You know, you John Carpenter fans love that. And for you Stephen King fans, we got a Pennywise one. These are super cool, guys. I'm actually going to show you some of the ones that he has sold. So he's put them in the back. But guys, these look very cool. But if you want to grab one for yourself, this is where you will be able to find them. Ted's Custom Gumball Emporium. Got all the information right there, travelers. Make sure to support them. I was granted access right here to show you guys the ones that have already been sold, such as the Evil Dead one. You know, I'm a Tennessee boy, so you always have to represent for the Evil Dead for our state's horror film. As a Wes Craven guy, seeing that, A Nightmare on Elm Street one, super cool. You got a Phantasm one that's sold. You got some Scream ones that's sold. Of course, you know, the Scream fans came out, guys. This is very cool, and different sizes as well to fit, you know, your needs in regards to the space that you have available. Hey, Ted did a very awesome idea, guys. This is something that you really don't see at every horror con. Guys, we are here at the booth here for Horror Show Jack. I recognize this company from Horror Hound. I've been there 2 times this year, so it's very cool to see them again. And we have all the people here to help with getting your fangs. This is one of the cool things about this actual booth here. You can sit here and get your teeth set and everything for all of these awesome fang options, guys. So if you are like me and you are one of those kids that always love the idea of being a vampire and showing some very awesome fangs, they have you covered. Like seriously, guys, like look at the sheer amount of fangs to choose from, guys. Like it's never ending. Like seriously, we're in the 50s, we're in the 60s there, guys. Literally, you will find a fang to your liking for sure. So guys, if you are interested in checking out more information, you have the info right there. You go to horrorfangs.com, or you can find them on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and even YouTube, guys. So there's no excuse. Make sure to hit up Horror Show Jack. Travelers, we are here at the booth of Herschel A. Brewer Artwork, guys. I came across this booth and they offer amazing, sweet original artwork, guys. Like, check out how cool and creepy these paintings are, guys. Very, very nice. Very cool. And even if you can't afford one of the bigger ones, you have the option of smaller ones right there. So if you're someone that is like me and you like the idea of owning original artwork, you can definitely support all of these very, very talented artists that are at horror conventions such as Herschel. So guys, if you are wanting to check out more, if you're very interested, you can find Herschel right here. There you go. You can find them right there on Instagram, right there. You can also find them on Facebook. So there you go, guys. Make sure to check them out and give them some support. Alright guys, I am at the booth here of Wes Flannery here, and he is an artist and he has all types of very cool artwork for us here, guys. As you guys know, I love showing all the artwork that is here at these amazing horror cons, guys. So if you want something that's original, that's done by an artist that's really put his talent and his love into his art, it's very apparent, guys. Like that, the crow one right there is very cool, guys. I absolutely love that. And I'm a Predator guy, so that was very sick as well. So he has all types of properties here, guys. Look at these very cool oil paintings. Man, Sick, guys. So all types of very cool imagery that, you know, us horror fans love, guys. We eat this stuff up. And you have some charcoal paintings here. Look at that, the creature one, guys.
And then the keychain.
Very nice, guys. You know, the Frankenstein's monster. We have the bride. We got Michael on the phone here. You know what that means. Very cool stuff, guys. Wes is definitely doing his thing. So if you are interested, we have the information right here, guys. You know what to do. Go ahead and scan the QR codes for the Instagram and the online shop. Guys, you got Matthew Lillard just walking the convention floor, doing his thing, being a man of the people that he is. Very cool. Behold the mighty ATM. How much money will it hold? Will it be able to get through all of these people, guys? Who knows? Wish them the very best of luck.
Started with Adam Green, Danielle Harris, Tiffany Shepard, Felisa Rose. Where's that sexy son of a bitch, Kane Hunter? Are they out there yet? What about Tom? Harry, come on up, sorry.
Nice moving in. You guys should see that intro video with sound sometime. It's fucking great.
Well, here, I'm so glad to be able to use this microphone today. Holy shit. All right, I told you all that this is going to be the last panel today. We're going to be excited. We're going to hang out for a little while. Get all your questions ready. Ready? Who wants to get started? Who wants the first question? Or should we go, hey, why don't we do a little easy one, just to start it? Why don't you guys start telling us about some of your upcoming projects really quick? Anything coming out that anybody wants to promote?
Nope.
All right, shut the hell up. What about you all?
He's asking you guys in the audience, like, what do you guys have?
I want you all, whatever it is, you all. Does anybody got anything coming up? Anything they want to promote? Anything they want to talk about? I know we got some podcasts up here.
Please, Halloween 5.
You've heard it here first. Oh, yeah.
Oh, hi. Hi, everybody. We all have our podcast, Casualty Friday.
There you go.
We have Talk Scary to Me on Tuesdays. What else?
Adam's podcast.
Oh, yeah. Movie Grips.
Mine's much bigger than those.
Yes, it is.
Carrie Shen on General Hospital.
Scream, a new movie, Scream, sorry, that Danielle Harris is freaking amazing in. Scream, now you guys can get it.
Yeah. Look at that.
Yeah.
Bad Connection of mine also streaming right now.
Yeah.
I have 2 more months of dentistry school, and I will be a dentist because I retired 5 years ago. So.
Are you
For that.
Because you can write me prescriptions for narcotics. That's why.
That's what he's selling at his table. It's not on the ground.
I need Vicodin.
Pills, yeah.
Did you guys ever see the Halston episode that we did?
Yeah.
Yeah, but I'm hitting on him because he keeps going to get teeth pulled, so he can give me Vicodin. That's
Who would get teeth pulled?
Yeah.
A teeth pulled.
That's true. We would all pull our teeth out for a shot with Danielle Harris.
Woo! Let's do it.
And a threesome with King.
Yep, the threesome.
Oh, sorry. Did I say done that?
That was only my 48th threesome I've ever done. So, good.
With Michael Myers and Freddie.
Freddie's a bitch.
Jason's a power bottom.
And we're going to have so much fun.
We're all going to hell.
Well, at least we'll have good company. All right, who wants to pop that cherry? Who wants the first question? Come on, don't be shy. There you go, Freddie.
Everybody hear me?
No.
Oh, God.
Yeah, just come on up. Hey, everybody who has a question, just go ahead and get behind Freddie. Yeah, just go ahead and line up Freddie. We should be able to get through most of ours. We're good, we're good. Go ahead. Do it, dude.
What we have this would be a general question because we're all from an old school horror. Most challenging scene you filmed would be a general kind of question for everybody. Whether it is kill-wise, scene-wise, challenging scene.
Do you want to start with Kane and then move this way, and then we'll go back the other way? You want to go first, Kane?
Okay. So you're talking about challenging hatchet scene, right? In particular? Yeah. I mean, it was challenging wearing the makeup just because it's uncomfortable. It takes a long time to get in. And then doing stunts, but probably the fire stunt, just because, you know, when you do a fire stunt, you have protective gear on. And then when you have to have makeup over it, it makes it a little more challenging. Sometimes the makeup has to be changed to a different material so that you can be on fire. So, and probably that. And let me ask you something. Have you been doing all the panels?
All but one.
Who was sitting here last? No, I'm not trying to be funny.
Shit, do you want me to give you a really honest answer?
Who was sitting in this
fucking
chair?
Matthew Lillard. Who?
You can sell that gum. I'm just gonna go take that.
Matthew Lillard.
We're gonna do an auction right now. This off. I'm gonna fight you for that.
That's
gun.
his gun.
For your coupon. Here, Adam.
Saved a lot of dogs with this.
Audience, who was here for Scream? Am I lying? Matthew Lillard was right there. Figures.
Did you guys? Anyone?
Tom Holland.
Now this panel got good. Did anyone come to the director's panel yesterday?
Woo!
That panel, and no pressure, but
Character. All right. Kane, you answered, and then Felicia, and then come on down with that same question because I don't think it's most challenging.
Do you want an answer from Felicia or from Felissa?
Felissa,
which is what her name is.
It's a difficult.
If it makes you feel any better, I've been drinking all day. I'm so sorry.
No, it doesn't.
I'm with you, honey. Okay, well, my answer was really good, but then Tom got here. It was all about a phone up my vagina. So now she's embarrassed about it. You know, I think when Kane killed me in that scene, it was definitely challenging because that evening we had one shot to get it, and
but we actually wound up having to squeeze a second takeout because the first time we did it, it worked perfectly. Kane put the fake arm in between Felissa's leg, and she's screaming and the blood's pouring.
It wasn't her arm.
Her arm was already ripped off, so there's blood all over her cardigan, and it was perfect. But what happened was when Kane stepped back, you could see Robert Pendergraft, the effects guy, in between them pumping the blood, smiling. And everyone, this big debate starts, can we erase him and post? Post? What budget? We'll be lucky if this is even edited. So we had to do it again.
this is just Adam's whole movie.
Yeah, I didn't expect you guys to see it. It leaked. But yes, we had to turn her cardigan inside out to try to get another take at it, and thankfully it worked.
And we did it. And therein lies his second favorite kill.
You know, you can imagine you would think it would be difficult to put someone's arm all the way up their vagina until it comes out of their mouth. But
I told you she's had 3 kids. We have the same OBGYN, me, Danielle, and Tiffany. We've seen a lot of horror vaginas.
Oh my God, I'll have the best job on earth. I even lost track where we were at. Sorry, I moved
So
there.
most challenging on Victor Crowley for me would have to be pretending that I would have had sex with Brian Quinn. But aside from that, and being the baby daddy I was underwater the entire time. Like, Adam hates women so much that it was like, we're not only going to put you underwater, but you're also going to be pregnant.
Shut up, bitch!
And this
So remember, this was the last time you guys saw him at a con. Get everything signed right now. But just, you know, we had the water, and what Kane and Felissa, my idiot co-hosts on Casualty Friday, always make fun of me for, is I consistently talk with my hands. So I pinned under the water and I couldn't talk with my hands. I was like, oh, shit, I don't know how to act.
Is that why the performance was so terrible? RA, wait,
nobody was scary in it.
Before we move to Tom, RA would like to tell.
RA's here.
What was it?
I was in Hatchet.
It's all three.
You're a fucking answer. I remember one time I was using the facilities. And
a long time, by the way.
For a long time. And the lovely and talented Kane Warren Hodder wanted to surprise me. I think he was hoping I'd shit my pants. So he kicked a hole in the door. Yeah.
He's a bully.
He broke the door. And production had to pay to put it in the door.
It did not faze me one bit. But the facilities manager saw him kick the hole in the door and made him pay for it.
Yes, there's been several times where I've accidentally kind of punched or kicked a hole in the wall. There's some kind of TikTok on Jason X when I was doing a makeup test, and they said back up a little bit, so I backed up really hard into the wall and busted the whole drywall out. You can find that somewhere. And yeah, so, it didn't work though. He didn't get scared. So it was kind of a wasted effort.
Oh, guy.
I think, is it Tom's up next?
It is.
Mr. Holland.
Yes.
The question is, because you came in a little late, what was the hardest part or the hardest scene in Hatchet 2? Right? Because you're in Hatchet 2. Well, the hardest scene or anything you did or stunt?
Well, the hardest scene was the one that I did with Danielle, where I had all the lines. I had to remember all that dialogue. And you know, and I was, my memory at this point isn't the best as it is, okay? But she got me through the scene.
Yeah.
Contact and getting me into the drama of the scene. And once the scene started to play, make emotional sense, then it flowed. But it was her that got me through it.
Every scene? Dude, it probably was the beginning of, oh God, Adam, there's so many. I could feel my shoes squishing in 3 feet of goose shit right now as I talk. In the water, and that water was.
Why are you friends with me?
I don't know. For your drugs. Or not. After today, he's canceled. Dude, honestly, it's a toss-up. There was a lot. I think it's between 2. God, there really is more than 2, but it's between 2. It's probably the beginning of 3 when I think it's the chainsaw, and I just remember Robert and there was somebody else with those big pump things of blood, like fire extinguisher things, and the camera was pointing up at me, and they were both firing it at me in my face for 10 seconds, and I choking, I had so much blood, and then of course they say cut, and Adam's there at the monitor yeah, that was fucking awesome. Everyone's all clapping and running around. I'm literally standing there guys, oh fuck, I can't breathe, I can't see, I'm covered in it. So that was insane. And then the tree stump at the end. There was so many, I got chigger bites on my ass. It was like a whole, I was wearing 3 layers. This mosquito just would eat right through it. So I'm handcuffed. and I had an urn, and covered in blood in the middle of the swamps, and you're lit, right? So you're like a lollipop. So you're just getting attacked by bugs. You can't scratch. Kane couldn't either. I mean, you're covered in bug sprays. It's a really fun shoot.
Yeah, I was gonna say all of Hatchet 3 was the hardest part because we were in a real swamp for a good portion of it. So much of that movie was actually shot at Aeroscope in my studio. The ambulance boat, which ambulance boats don't exist in real life, if you don't know that. But the whole interior of the ambulance boat was at Aeroscope. Sid Haig's house was in my office, and most of that furniture is from Wollaston because we were shooting season 2 at the same time. But in the swamp, and everyone warned us, they're like, you don't want to shoot in a real swamp at night. This is a terrible idea. This is why nobody does that. And we're like, dude, we can save some money. It was like warfare with the mosquitoes. And like, Danielle's not kidding, like everyone had at least 3 layers on, so much bug spray. And I think somebody on the crew had to go to urgent care every single night. Kane even had to go at one point. And remember, he's covered in silicone except for like from elbows down. And you have like, what was it, 120 mosquito bites just on your forearms? Yeah. But Will Barrett, the DP, if you have the steelbook, you might know this story. Will never complain. And we're driving back to the hotel one night, and Will's like squirming in the back seat. And finally, Sarah Elbert, the producer's like, what's wrong? And he's like, there's something happening. Like, what? He's like, I think I have a chigger in my asshole. So we get to the hotel parking lot, and Sarah's like the set mom, and she's like, all right, pull down your pants. Why wouldn't you go to a room first? Empty parking lot in the garage. And so Will's bent over the back of the car, and the way you get rid of chiggers, for those who don't know, is you have to put nail polish remover on it, because otherwise, if you wait too long, it will hatch, and a ton of them will come out. So she's up Will's butt with the nail polish remover. And I'm like, I'm not watching this. So I go into the lobby.
You're recording it.
I didn't record it. But there's 3 security guards and the hostess of the hotel, all watching on security cameras. They're like, what are these 2 doing? Like, what is she doing to this?
Did they call the cops thinking you were like violating?
No, because I saw it, I'm laughing so hard, and then I explained it eventually, but when they actually had to walk through the lobby, it was just applause.
Yeah, they come out. No, he died.
Yeah, she didn't get it. She didn't get it.
I'm honestly trying to keep it light and levity, but it was, anytime anyone asks me that question, it comes to this. It was basically the gun safety was kind of horrendous because we were beholden to people who were in charge of the guns in number 3. And like, it's just, they have different rules, and if you objected to anything, that they would just like say, we're taking the guns away, you know? And that was a big part of 3. And so like, sometimes we didn't know whether, we didn't know what the situation was. And I was brought up from the stunt coordinator on The Crow, so Jeff Amata, Brandon Lee, so I'm very careful. I make sure the chamber is free, you know, but like every time like they gave us a weapon, we're like, all the actors, we had to like protect ourselves. And I'd be like, before they give us the weapon, it's like, it's clear, we're like, bullshit. And then we would fire into the ground to make sure it was clear, and we would never aim at the actors at all, regardless, because there's ways to cheat it. And then Cody, he actually fired, and it went off. It was a blank, but it was, but there's supposed to be nothing, and we were bang! And then everyone's like going to Cody, like, what the fuck are you doing? I'm like, no, he did a good thing, you know, because we had to make sure. So like, just that
would have knocked your teeth out.
yeah, so like just that, you know, we're playing make-believe, but at the same time, like, we're doing the scene and pretending to be scared. When they're firing at me, I'm like, oh my God, please let not one of them be real, you know? Like, that was like, have to worrying about that was a kind of a sucky thing. So that was very challenging.
We made sure there was only 1 loaded gun every time we did that, so only 1 person would have gone shot. Speaking of that, though, in 3, I keep going back to Hatchet 3, but when they shoot the rocket launcher into Crowley's house and it explodes, obviously you only get one take at that. At 2 in the morning, they're not going to build a new house to go again. And so they set all the detonations and stuff, and the bomb's going to go off. And we have 3 cameras pointed at it just in case. And the explosion happens. It was so big, the concussion was so massive, and then we all start cheering. And then everyone has to be quiet while the cameras check in. And it was camera A, no good. Camera B, no good. And then camera C, no good. And we're like, I threw up in my mouth. And we're like, what do you mean no good? And now, for those who know cameras, the red camera, if you're going to shoot a big explosion, you want to shoot to an external drive, not the drive in the camera, because the concussion was so massive, the cameras all froze. So all we got of the explosion was just, and it stopped. And so we're like, what are we going to do? Will Barrett with the chigger in his butt is like, yeah. We just see him running around. And he comes back with 5 GoPros. And he's like, yeah, before we rolled, I just set up these consumer GoPro cameras all over the woods. I don't know, I just thought it might be cool. So when you see the movie, those are consumer grade GoPro cameras, and no one has ever known the difference. But if Will hadn't just randomly thought of that, like what would we have done? It would have turned into a radio show where you're just showing the actors with light on their face going, oh my God, the house is exploding.
Cut to those drawings that people put in.
Felissa and Dave hanging out along with Tiffany Shepis from the Hatchet panel. It's always good to see them. Love horror conventions. You meet some of the greatest celebrities and you find out that they're just totally normal people just like us guys. Alright, travelers, and we have the people that are hanging around. We still have a few photo ops, mainly a Scream duo, I believe Matthew Lillard and Skeet Ulrich. So of course that is a major one. We have Joe actually directing everyone here and everything. I know.
It's the end of the con.
I know, it's such a bittersweet feeling. It really is, guys, but we've had a blast for real. guys, with that being said, that is it for us here at Scarefest Weekend number 16 for 2024, guys. 16 years of fun, very sweet and sinister 16 here at Scarefest. Had a great time, guys, and needless to say, I can't wait for the next edition. I'm hoping to be there as well, so if my fortunes are doing well, I will be there, guys. But again, you know what to do. Chuck those Ash Williams severed hands at me. You know, that's the thumbs up. If you like this video and you want other people, other horror fans to actually check it out, go ahead and do the right thing, guys. Thumbs up. Comment in regards to anything that you saw. I'm pretty sure there was a lot of good things that you guys saw here at this actual vlog. And lastly, hit that subscribe button. Go ahead and hit that bell too, guys, so you don't miss the surprise drop sometimes. And again, travelers, I am your travel guide, Brendan, with the Horror Green Book, signing off and letting you know, again, it is very scary in those streets. So let me know that you made it home safely.